So today's class will be, I believe that it will be a very short session. I don't think I will be able to interact with you for a prolonged period. My voice is not clear. Sunita, for the rest of you, am I audible?
Yes.
All right. Somebody is 16 years old and that's all I could read. All right, we will continue. Audible, yes sir. All right. I believe Tanmay, one of my old students. I see a number of faces who are my old students as well. Your voice is lacking or lagging, you mean to say. All right. Zahid is also here. The first class will be your orientation session, right? We'll start meaning business. Your first guideline. Number one, you will be using a blank A4 sheet. Follow the guidelines. Whatever you do, you will follow the protocol. After you have followed the entire protocol, you will understand what exactly is the rationale behind these advices, and they are definitely going to be aiding and they are going to be helpful for you, right? First we make the habits and then the habits make us, right? And try to, whenever you have an A4 size page, try to have 1.5 inches of margin on either side. This entire idea is designed so that in the examination hall you will be writing the answers and you will have a general idea of word limit. Generally the questions are of 150 words and 250 words. They are the two options. Once you start writing, you will start having an idea that how many words can you accommodate in a single page. So that is the rationale behind this advice. If you start writing on a ruled page, after a while you will be dependent on these rulings, and what will happen is that when you write on a blank sheet, it will go haywire. So that is not advisable, right? Let us understand about the syllabus. For your journey in Sambhavam, I will be teaching the segment of history that includes total 6 segments of history. We will deal with that very soon. For your UPSC syllabus, please remember, I will try my best. Some of you, I believe that you have a northern centric audience. We have some students from the Deccan region as well as maybe from the far south. I have tried to accommodate a number of questions or designed in such a way that you can benefit in your state's PSCs as well. For example, MP, for example, UP, Bihar, Assam or something like that. Maybe you will benefit. I have also seen the syllabus for Tamil Nadu Civil Services. So along with your preparation for UPSC, at least 70% of your preparation for state PSCs will also be covered. The rest will be regional or local history or the specific pattern that the PSC board follows. So you will also benefit from these lectures. It is categorized into 3 parts: your preliminary examination, mains examination, and your personality test. Whatever, again, I'll be probably the first teacher to initiate your English batches. Whatever culture you develop, you're supposed to emulate that, follow that, implement that throughout your lecture process, throughout all the lectures you will be meeting, and this is a habit that you will be growing, and thereby you will be making the most of these lectures, right? Kindly take your time to write whatever we are writing on the board. If you have any queries, you do feel free to ask. For prelims or the preliminary examination, it is divided into, this is the first paper or first phase that you will be facing. In the first day itself, the prelims paper will be conducted. It will be in 2 halves. The first paper is your general studies. And the second paper is your CSAT paper. Please understand the syllabus, the orientation is on the basis of UPSC notification. It's an official document, and also I have taken help from the UPSC annual reports. Thereby whatever we say, it is very much authentic, and this is going to be the recent most trend. It is not going to change. Bhuvnesh, books, let me go there. So don't feel cheated. I will share everything. I will keep nothing with me, right? Shivam is asking from anyone from Punjab. You will know eventually. Please understand, the general studies is of 200 marks. The curriculum has basic history, basically Indian history, geography also of India, polity and governance, Indian economy or economic development, environment and ecology, environment and ecology, and science and technology, and please remember, this is the recent most trend and it is going to last for a while. The prior dominance will be, of course, the current events. They are not current affairs, they are current events that will have a general relevance to all these topics that you have mentioned. This is going to be the syllabus for your prelims. This syllabus is of 200 marks. Please remember, it is going to be objective type. That means multiple choice questionnaires. Total there will be 100 questions, and each question will be of 2 marks. Please remember, for every question getting correct, you will be awarded 2 marks. For every question you get incorrect, you will be penalized. That is 1/3 of the allotted marks. That is 0.66. Students do not calculate these things. Knowing a lot of information and clearing the prelims, there is a lot of difference between the two. It does not matter how knowledgeable you are, how you effectively implement these information is going to ensure your selection, right? So this is how the general studies question paper is set. Please understand the recent trend. Generally speaking, it used to be 100 plus minus 10. This used to be the cutoff. Right now it is round about 90, rather plus minus 5. This is the recent cutoff. The cutoff has declined significantly because of the increasing complexity of the paper. With the recent trends, some of my students who are here, I suppose, who have appeared for the prelims, they have found out that the question is rather very unpredictable and on difficult lines. Majority of the students, they are panicking in the examination hall. The first half an hour, they are becoming very extremely crucial for selection or rejection. The first half an hour, if you have panicked too much, it is going to be detrimental for your end result. If you have managed the initial time effectively, that is going to accrue benefit to you. So you are going to train yourself in that direction. Clearing the prelims, you have to solve as many MCQs as possible. You have to appear for questions in your prelims. You have to solve the previous year's question papers and solve as many mocks as possible. After your general studies, there is the CSAT paper. Here are elements such as general, mental ability, there is quantitative aptitude, there is comprehension, and reasoning. Right? These are the major components. Syllogism, other types of questions are there as well. For the CSAT paper, please remember, it is again going to be of 200 marks. And here, total of 80 questions you will have to solve. For each question is going to be of 2.5 marks. Also, for each question you get correct, you will be awarded 2.5 marks. For each question you answer incorrectly, you will be penalized 1/3 marks allotted. That is going to be 0.84 marks. Please remember, the CSAT paper is going to be qualifying in nature. And the questions are also going to be objective or MCQ type. The types of MCQs, the trend of the questions that are being set, they are changing every year. Again, I have noticed that the students, they hope to have a basic trend, a regularity in the pattern they expect on these lines. Very recently in the news also it came that there are in the streets people complaining about the complexity of CSAT. That is tragic and often inviting humor. Complaining about making the CSAT paper easy. This is something probably UPSC cannot entertain. So I remember those days probably in 2015. Previously CSAT was not qualifying. So students from technical background used to score a lot of marks there and used to get qualified for writing mains. Then also the students from humanities background, they claimed that the students from technical background, they have their separate papers. For engineers there is IES, for the doctors they have IMS, for the humanities, from humanities background all they have is UPSC or IAS. To give a leverage, that means a platform of equality, the UPSC decided that they will make CSAT qualifying. But in the recent times what is being seen is that the complexity, the toughness, difficulty of CSAT is been increasing. Even my students from the technical background, medicine, engineering or otherwise, they are incapable in clearing the CSAT. So there are different tips and tricks to clear the paper. You should be mindful about it. Please remember, you have to pay a lot of attention towards clearing CSAT. For example, for the humanities students, a general observation, generally reasoning is good. Also, they are adequately competent in comprehension. What they lack is in these areas. For the technical students, they tend to have a fever, difficulty in comprehension. You have to work on comprehension. Comprehensions are more than 30 questions. Please remember, the paper is qualifying, that means you have to score 66 and above. You have to score 66 and above. Majority of the students, what they do is that they try to solve the bare number of questions that will help them qualify, and they don't do anything afterwards. See, the entire idea is that you have enough time left, enough energy left. Why not attempt as many questions as possible and be on the surer path towards success than having the doubt of rejection? Why to remain in the borderline when you can opt for selection. That is one kind of students. For every one of you, you will be falling in some or other category. You have to understand what is your challenge, where you lie short, and with that understanding there can be the right advice for you. So in this way, everybody, the ones who have been my students in the previous batch, the ones who are right now with me, all have certain traits. Periodically we will try to communicate with you. Unfortunately, we do not have a lot of time today to engage with you. One thing, make sure of, try to attend the live lectures. I understand the language is difficult. I understand that being probably from one part of the country, you will be facing language barrier. At points there will be communication problem. But if you come out of this process, you will benefit from this. This is something I can assure you personally with my experience. So do not, again, in the last experience I have seen the number of students being live. They kept decreasing with the passage of time. This is something in the offline institutions, the institutions which are taking a lot of money and lot of time, energy, everything from the candidates. Students tend to be more respectful and they tend to be more accountable to these organizations. Take this kind of venture, as charitable as it might be, very seriously and make the most of it, right? So for now, unfortunately, you have to wrap up the session. I will continue with the orientation program. We'll start with mains. Please remember, for the prelims, about 10 lakh plus candidates they appear. They fill up the form about 15 lakhs. The number is going to increase with the passage of time, not decrease. From there, roughly 50,000 candidates, they qualify for mains. That means clearing prelims in today's time also taking a lot of luck factor. The more preparation you do, the more practice you do, the more ready you are for uncertain challenges, you will decrease that luck factor, the factor of uncertainty. I have a number of students who had given interviews for suppose twice or thrice, they could not clear the prelims this year. So you have to be mentally prepared about and try to learn, keep up with the pace of UPSC. We are also trying very hard. The more you try to do so, the achievements will be very soon or very near to your goal. So that will be all for today, right? Unfortunately, we cannot take any questions, we cannot interact. With the passage of time, I will be seeing more number of serious students who are there in the field, who will be there with me. And for everybody, there is advice, there is guidance, there is, right? As we have discussed in your previous classes, I will be dealing with the 6 segments, that is modern, post-independence, ancient, medieval, art and culture, and world history. We will begin with modern India. In the recent trends for UPSC, the importance of modern India in prelims, it is in a declining order. There are more questions from art and culture, there are more questions of ancient and medieval. There are certain topics, certain chapters which seems to be becoming redundant, which seems to be becoming more and more redundant. Simran, कोई बता दो syllabus आज से शुरू हो रहा है. Yes, Simran, today is your first class. We have done your orientation. You can find the lectures over the YouTube. Ashutosh, voice is breaking. Do you find any echo or there is a lag in the voice? Casey, unfortunately, my dear, I cannot use English. I have a lot of students from the Deccan and the far south. I cannot use Hindi per se, but whenever you will face any problem, you can ask. I know a few languages. I'll be more than happy to assist you in whatever languages you want, right? The entire job is to be apt, competent in one language. We'll try to ensure the same. It is for your own good. It is for your own betterment, right? Nonetheless, my job is to ensure that you learn. So I will help you out. Sir, what you write can't see. Please write below. Achha, can we zoom out as in the entire board is not visible? Let us help you out. Sir, do you see app chats? I do not understand. If you talk about the Zoom meeting, I do. Sir, provide notes. I will. And enough of the conversations. We will begin with today's session. Kindly zoom out. For modern India, in the recent trends, it seems that the number of questions are getting lesser and lesser, and the importance of modern India will be with regard to your mains. This year's mains, the question that will be asked in your GS, that will define the future of the syllabus, as in curriculum of UPSC for a couple of years at least 1 or 2 years. In this way, it is a very dynamic approach to look into it, right? See, for modern India, I have enlisted the time period. The UPSC syllabus suggests mid 18th century till independence. That is 1750s till 1947. Today's topic is basically detailed analysis of the 18th century. Detailed analysis of the 18th century and beyond. Kindly put this as your heading whenever you will be writing your notes. Provide 1.5 inches of margin and please write on a blank sheet of paper, right? Rana is writing 1757. You have identified this timeline just because of Battle of Plassey. You are absolutely correct. Very good. See, this chapter, it can have another heading. That means British. We'll try to add the component of British. British territorial expansion. British territorial expansion in India. We will deal with major components of 18th century and we will primarily learn about the interaction with the British, right? Acha, will you provide notes? Don't worry, we will improvise. Vishwa, the idea is that to make you feel competent. The idea when you will enter into advanced classes, self-note making is an art you have to learn. For the initial days, we will improvise. In some cases, whatever I write on the board, do scribble on your paper. It will create memory links, create chains in your memory. It will help you recollect information. Also, I will dictate certain points. So it will be a mixed model. Whenever you feel that something I have written on the board and I have not dictated and you feel it is important, do ask. I will give the notes, whatever that will make you feel comfortable. I am here for the sole purpose of that. Don't worry. Also, this topic can lead towards another argument that is known as the 18th century debate. In the recent times, UPSC has asked no question whatsoever. Also, from the perspective of optional, some questions were asked and some generic questions were asked. This is the component, and whatever I write on the board, please write it in your own copies. Components of 18th century. I'll provide a general view for the same and alongside give you certain reading materials, print reading materials, and some assignments what you have to do. Components of 18th century. One is the central authority. That is the Mughals. Another component is the autonomous states. Under autonomous states, we have the examples of Bengal, which is actually a part of your syllabus. We have Awadh, we will deal with it in your revolt of 1857. And we have Hyderabad, we will not be dealing with Hyderabad. We have the component of independent states. Independent states will have the example of Mysore or Mysuru, the Marathas, Sindh, and Punjab, right? These are all indigenous elements. Alongside there is the European powers. European powers, please remember there is a chapter known as Advent of Europeans. Advent of Europeans is an affair of 15th century and 16th century and beyond, which is not a part of modern India. It is a part of medieval India. But certain elements are happening in modern phase, especially struggle between European powers. This specific event is known as Anglo-French conflict. Anglo-French conflict, also known as Carnatic Wars. Kindly write this diagram down. We will erase the board and proceed forward, right? I hope you have written. And please remember, it should not be a lackadaisical effort that you will take screenshots or you will follow at a later period following the recorded lectures. It is never going to happen. Those who are available online, do it right here, right now. And try to give me a pace, heads up. I do not know what is the pace of yours as of now. Once you have done, you can give me some response. It will aid me. I hope you have written. I'll be erasing the board. Alicia Nigam. Hegel. No, Hepsi. All right. You have raised your hands. I do not know why. To interact, to ask questions. You can drop a text. Unfortunately, you do not have any audio input system. We'll get it very soon, right? The first component is the central authority. Or the Mughals. For the Mughals, it is important note the 6 subsequent important rulers. That is Babur, founder. He put an end to the Lodhis, that is the Delhi Sultanate, in the year 1526. His tenure lasts till 1530. We will deal these topics in your medieval India, so I'll not be venturing more here. Sir, क्या पढ़ा रहे हैं अभी? I am teaching you how to be a good salesman. Nurhat or Nozhat, not UPSC. Babur was succeeded by Humayun. Humayun was succeeded by Akbar. Akbar was succeeded by Jahangir. Jahangir was succeeded by Shah Jahan. And Shah Jahan was succeeded by Aurangzeb. Again, this is happening in medieval India. This topic is from medieval India. Death of Aurangzeb, basically the tenures are there. Aurangzeb about 1658 till 1707. Death happens in 1707. That is happening in the 18th century. Right? Aurangzeb death is happening in 18th century. 1707. Please understand, it is happening in 18th century. 18th century is between 1701 and 1800. That means this will constitute one of the important reasons for the decline of the Mughals. The chapter that can be important for your mains, or the topic, will be the decline of the Mughals. We will discuss the causes or the platform behind the decline of the Mughals. See, there are an important list or list of important Mughals. You can take an assignment by learning about the tenures of, for example, Farrukh Shiar. For example, Muhammad Shah or Muhammad Shah Rangila. I'll also give you an additional reading document. It is not very important. I am not discussing in the class. Then is Shah Alam II and Bahadur Shah Zafar. These are the list of important rulers. Their tenures are important. For example, Farrukh Shiar, 1713 to 1719. Right? Muhammad Shah, 1719 till about 1748. Shah Alam II was subsequent or followed by Muhammad Shah was followed by Shah Alam II till 1788, and the Bahadur Shah Zafar was the last Mughal emperor. Tenure is 1837 till 1857. He participated in the revolt of 1857. So kindly find out about these later Mughals. We will deal these topics in your medieval India. Ayush, you are absolutely right. Bahadur Shah Zafar, tenure is 1837 to 1857. The topic we will discuss today is the decline of the Mughals. That means the causes or platform behind decline or end of Mughal Empire. Mughal Empire. How you can structure suppose, kindly make this diagram. We'll look into the political, we'll look into the administrative, we'll look into the economic, we'll look into the socio-cultural, and we'll look into the military causes. Kindly make this diagram. I will start giving dictations. Angad, you are saying you do not understand some words. I do understand. My young students who join for the first time, they face certain difficulty regarding the accent, regarding certain words I use. It is absolutely normal. Please do ask me where you face the problem, any spelling that you need assistance with. I'll help you out. See how the reality actually pans out. In the UPSC examination, I remember those days, there was a question asked in essay paper, a subtle difference between endanger and engender. A number of students could not understand what is the meaning of the same. There are multiple such words in UPSC mains that are incomprehensible. I can make today's journey easy. You will find your actual experience there extremely difficult. If you embark on a journey, go through the difficult journey today, it will be easy for you tomorrow. For today, let me help you out. You ask me, you are very advanced, don't worry. You ask me, where seems to be the problem? Communication error, too much of English. Should I slow down? You give me certain inputs, I will slow things down. You have written, let us begin. We will start with the political causes. In simple language, we will start writing. See, what we are going to do is that first you will write political causes and I'll dictate certain things, then you will write administrative causes and so on. I will keep on dictating. Put the heading, the political causes. Write down. The Mughals showed their strength. The Mughals showed their strength and resilience. Showed their strength and resilience for nearly 2 centuries. For nearly 2 centuries. Full stop. Death of Aurangzeb created a serious impediment, created a serious challenge to the Mughal Empire. Full stop. The weakness was visible in administration, polity, society, as well as economy. Full stop. More importantly, more importantly, weak monarch invited troubles from inside as well as outside of the country, from inside as well as outside of the country. Kindly put the heading administrative or administrative causes. By the way, let me explain first, then I'll dictate. There is something known as the Mughal Royal Court. The Mughal Royal Court see, the royal court consisted of multiple ethnic elements. Who are they? For example, the Turani groups. Turani group. Please remember, while the Mughals were alive, they were not termed as Mughals. It is the British who termed them Mughals because of their Mongol origin. From their family lineage, they traced origin from the Mongols as well as the Turks. Turani, its anglicized form is Turks. Turani groups were one of the most powerful group within the Mughal nobility. But it is also important to remember that Mughals never offered partiality to the Turani groups. Certain other elements within it, the Iranis, the Irani groups, that is from Persia. There is the Afghani group. Also the Sheikhzadas. Sheikhzadas were Indian Muslims, converted or otherwise. They also assumed a lot of social status. From the period of Akbar, you will see the entry of the Rajputs. Another element known as the single most factor to offer stability and security to the Mughals is said to be the Rajputs. Under the Rajput policy of Akbar, they also became a part of Mughal court, and subsequently during Jahangir, most importantly Shah Jahan and onwards, Shah Jahan and Aurangzeb, you will see the element of Deccani group or Dakhini group. And another element is of the Marathas. That means this element, this ethnic diversity, is suppose during Aurangzeb and beyond. That means by the time of Aurangzeb, if you go to a Mughal court, you will find all these ethnic elements. If you go to the court of Humayun, you will find only this, this and this, or this, Afghani as well. If you go to the court of Akbar, you will find this till the Rajputs. If you go to Aurangzeb, you will find all the ethnic elements. We are debating in the 18th century, thereby you will be finding all the ethnic elements. Now, there was always the struggle for power and also the struggle for access to resources. Thereby, there will be tussle within these groups. They will act individually as well as for the interest of the monarch. You can understand, if the monarch is strong, king is strong, the emperor, the Shahanshah is strong, they will act in tandem, in cooperation. There will be lesser conflict. But if the central authority is weak, they will struggle for power. They will try to break free and take power on their own. So that is the challenge in administration. We will write this point down. Please write down. By the time of Aurangzeb, multiple ethnic elements adorned the royal court. Full stop. After death of Aurangzeb, these elements tried to assume power for themselves. Tried to assume powers for themselves, leading to chaos within the court. That means conflict. Chaos within the court. Full stop. This weakened the empire further. Next point, add another component. The Mansabdars also became powerful with the weakening of central power. And soon started operating in a semi-independent fashion. Right? I have used a term that is Mansabdar. I will use it to explain the economic crisis known as the Jagirdari crisis. Before doing so, I will take 5 minutes to explain the system of Mansabdari. Mansabdar, it is a tool under Mughal administration. Mansabdari system was introduced by Akbar. Please remember, it had both indigenous elements. Indigenous, that means Indian, local components, and also foreign components. Especially they belong to the Turani group. They were Turkish. That means they had Turkish elements or Turkish practices. These are statements for your prelims if a question that can be asked. Generally questions are regarding any administrative custom, whether they are indigenous or foreign in origin. Ravina, you are asking, please repeat the Mansabdar line. Unfortunately, I do not exactly remember what line. I am once again repeating. Mansabdari system is an administrative tool introduced during the Mughals. It was introduced by Akbar. The second line, Mansabdari system had indigenous elements. That means it borrowed inspiration, customs and traditions from India, as well as foreign elements, especially Turkish practices. Right? The sir, the Mansabdar portion was part of administrative causes of its independent. Paris is asking, can you repeat the last line? Word semi-independent. Unfortunately, I lost track. We will sort these problems. I generally tell another student to dictate these points. Unfortunately, the lines will change. It will not be the exact thing. What was I discussing? I was discussing what assistance? If anybody has written, kindly post it. So it will help you out. I cannot produce it verbatim, the exact what I have dictated. See, what is Mansabdari system? Mansab means a rank. No, it does not. See, Mansabdari is a kind of administrative practice. It is a kind of administrative mechanism. Mansabdar has indigenous as well as foreign elements. It is an administrative mechanism. The holder of a Mansabdari tenure, is known as a Mansabdar. The one who holds the Mansabdari tenure is known as a Mansabdar. Now, a Mansabdar is directly appointed by the emperor. That means there is a direct central authority over the position of Mansabdar, and directly that a Mansabdar posted anywhere will be reporting directly to the emperor. This is what you need to understand about the Mansabdar. Now, Mansabdari system or a Mansabdar has two components. The system of Mansabdari consists of a dual numerical rank. One is Zat or Jat, the other one is Sawar. Both are numerical ranks, nothing to do with each other. Zat rank decided the authority / position, also denoted hierarchy, and also decided the remuneration or emolument, salary. These are the two components decided by Zat. It varied between 50 and 5,000 during Akbar. During Aurangzeb, it exceeded to as high as 7,000. For example, a person holding suppose 500 Zat, a person holding 1,000 Zat, who will be superior? Hierarchy will be decided with the rank. A person holding 1,000 will be superior. Fair enough. Who will be getting more remuneration, salary, will be with a higher Zat rank. What is Sawar rank? Sawar rank denoted or decided number of horses and troops to be maintained by a mansab or mansabdar. That means Sawar rank decided that how many horses or cavalrymen you have to maintain. Sawar rank had nothing to do with Zat. They had no relationship whatsoever. Please remember, a person with higher Zat rank does not mean he will have higher Sawar rank. They can have lesser number of Sawar rank as well, depending on the complexity of his post. Suppose a person posted here and another Mansabdar is posted here. This is a disturbed territory. You need more troops here. That means naturally the respective Mansabdar will be given more Sawar rank. Here, suppose it is a relatively peaceful or rather peaceful agrarian society. Naturally, the number of troops needed will be less. There is no need for appointing more soldiers and wasting state resources. Thereby, the Sawar rank will be less. So, it has nothing to do with the Zat rank. It has independent importance. If you have any doubts regarding this concept, please do ask. Shabnam is asking Jat or Zat. See, that is corruption of language. If you travel throughout the country, there is a term, a Mughal idea known as fitna. Fitna, that means Bagawat. That means every family member of the Mughals, they rebelled in against their parents. And generally, Mughals will try to crush them. If they fail to crush, they will accommodate them within their system. This practice is known as fitna. But you go to Deccan region, it is known as fitwa or eastern region. Nizam, the word in south remains so. In east, it becomes nazim. That is known as corruption of language. So Zat can be there, Jat can also be there. It is fine. Rupin is saying, is Zat money? I did not tell money anywhere. Zat rank may define money. See, in Maharashtra is known as Fitur, all right. See, Zat rank will decide money. Zat is not money. Zat rank will define how much money that Mansabdar is entitled for. A person, a Mansabdar having 5,000 Zat will have higher money as compared to a Mansab having 3,000 Zat. As simple as that. Suppose understanding from the language of public services. A person, I do not know what is the exact grade pay right now. For class 1 gazetted services, it was 5,400. Maybe today 56 or 5,800. So for a group B or group C otherwise, the grade pay will become gradually lesser and lesser, 4,800, 2,400 or 1,600. Higher the designation, higher the salary. That is absolutely as simple as that. Sunigdha is saying, can you repeat once again about Sawar? The Sawar rank, this rank decided the number of horses or troops to be maintained by a Mansabdar. That's it. These systems are rather complex. There are certain texts, for example, Ain, Abul Fazl wrote, or later on British tried to simplify. We do not know the exact mechanism of the same. Several historians have simplified this process. Often by making oversimplification, they have misrepresented. Whatever might be the derivatives, again, law and actual implementation of law, there is a lot of difference. Sawar ensured the number of horses and the troops. The horses without the masters, the cavalryman, means nothing. And the cavalry without the horses is also nothing. So Sawar rank decided both. Again, you have to broaden the horizon of your thinking. You will comprehend better. If you have a linear understanding, it will make more difficulty. Try to understand the sentiment of the lectures. It will take a few days of struggle. You will be comfortable after a while. I do not expect it overnight. Right? If you have any follow-up questions, you do ask. Mohammad Kulsu is asking, sir, how many questions will be in prelims based on this concept? I'll talk to the chairman. If he gives me any response, I'll soon tell you. Sir, who created this? It is created Akbar. I just said, sir, can you give a brief timeline of Mughal Emperor? I can. Can you repeat once again about this art? All right. We will move on forward. Now, we will discuss about the economic causes. The economic causes, basically we need to deal with two ideas. One is the Jagirdaari crisis. And then we'll discuss about other economic crises, for example, decline of Royal Karkhanas, traditional cities or traditional industrial towns, and ports, and agriculture / land revenue customs or land revenue system. Kindly write down these points. I will explain them one after other. Vanshika is saying, sir, if a disturbed territory needs more Zat, then it need not be need more Sawa. What? Acha, side sir. There you go. Huh? Have you all written? Yes, sir, please move a little. Acha, I did. I'm not even visible. Sir, this class focused on prelims or mains. I give you the orientation. It is about mid 18th century onwards. In prelims, anything under the sky can be asked. This is designed for prelims as well as mains. Shall we move on? I'll explain the Jagirdaari crisis. See, suppose Jagirdaari crisis, there are certain technical terms. The technical terms can be asked in your prelims, but the concepts that builds up the point, the decline of the Mughals, that can be asked in your mains, although chances are very little. Achha, Mohammed is asking that what type of question? See, Mohammed, the types can be, I have explained what is Mansabdari. They can ask a question like this, that consider the following statements about the Mansabdari system. They have asked in previous years that consider the following statements regarding Ikta. Now, statement 1, it is indigenous in nature. You know it is wrong. It had foreign as well as indigenous. They ask that its humble beginning foundation was established during Humayun. You know it was Akbar, right? And they ask a component that during the period of Aurangzeb, the Zat rank exceeded to 5,000. You probably will be knowing back then after the end of the lectures that Aurangzeb had offered 5,000 rank to Shivaji, or son of Shivaji. It led to insult of Shivaji. Right after Treaty of Purandar, he was offered this rank. By that time, Rajput leaders and other very big Mansabdars had 7,000 rank. That is why it insulted Shivaji and led to the rise of the Maratha chaos. So thereby you can answer these questions in your prelims. This is how the questions will be set. For example, they will ask what is Nakdi Mansabdar, what is Watan Jagirdar. So in this way questions can be asked, right? Sir, speak at least a line in Hindi. I never saw you speaking Hindi. All right, you'll see soon probably. It feels so much uncomfortable, right? Foreign invasions are also come. No, not at all. Foreign invasions are a separate point. It will come under military point, right? See, Jagirdari crisis, we have explained what Mansabdari is, right? We have learned about the Mansabdari system. Now, what is the mode of payment? Mode of payment of a Mansabdar, that can be in cash or kind. That means holder of Jagir tenure. Those Mansabdars who were paid in cash, they were known as Nakdi Mansabdar. They were known as Nakdi Mansabdar. Those Mansabdars who were holders of Jagir tenure were known as Jagirdar. Let us have a look regarding the system of Jagirdar. I hope you have written साइलेंट करना था, ठीक है. I hope you have written now the Jagirdari system. That means Jagirdars are a sort of Mansabdar. Jagirdars are holders of Jagir tenure. Holders of Jagir tenure. Now, what is the meaning of Jagir? Jagir literally means transferable land rights. Jagir literally means transferable land rights. Now, a Jagirdar can be of two types. One having transferable land rights, they are known as Tankha Jagirdar. And there are hereditary Jagirdars. They are known as Vatan Jagirdar. Tankha Jagirdar and Vatan Jagirdar. Tankha Jagirdar, that means the general sense of the word. That means they are transferable jobs. They do not enjoy ownership right. They claim their privilege over the produce. That means they are transferable land rights. But suppose some elements who became too powerful, for example, the Marathas. Marathas were some problem for the Mughals that they could not address. Thereby, they had some kind of arrangements. It was also true for some Rajputs. The Mughals had an agreement with these people. The agreement was that these people will remain in their respective territory. They will not be changing locations, but they will accept the sovereignty of the Mughals. They will pay annual tributary, and Mughals will have a loose association. These were known as Vatan Jagirdars. Kindly think about it. Tell me if you do not understand. If you understand or are having any problems here, kindly write it down. I have changed my position. Manushri is writing transferable and hereditary. You are absolutely correct. Acha, repeat once again. See, we know about the Mansabdari system. Mansabdari is an administrative mechanism. Now, Mansabdar has to be paid salary, right? Now, you can either pay salary in cash. Generally, if you are nearer to Delhi, suppose you are positioned near to Delhi, that means naturally the emperor can give you salary in cash. Directly it can send salary. Suppose you are positioned in Surat or in Bengal. Now you have to carry the gold. There can be the chances of theft. They can steal. So naturally you cannot transfer gold. Also the emperor needs gold in Delhi. Because of military operations, gold is something they would need it for themselves. So thereby often the Mansabdars who were staying away, in some of the cases large officers were paid in kind. They were given the authority over the produce of the land. Now suppose given a land, they will use the land for cultivation and other economic activities. They will put tax on the land. Now this tax will be used for meeting his own personal consumption. A Jagirdar has his own personal consumption. Also to maintain the army, I have discussed Sawar rank. And the surplus amount was generally settled with the emperor. If the emperor is weak, a Mansabdar, that means in this case a Jagirdar, will he send the salary back? No. And also the transferable land rights, if the Jagirdar becomes powerful, will soon turn to become hereditary. This is the Jagirdari crisis. You write it down. It is a bit of a complex concept. Please explain Vatan Jagirdar. Vatan Jagirdar, they are having hereditary ownership of land rights. That means, suppose some of the Rajput elements, some of the Maratha elements, the Mughals could not defeat them. Now, Mughals also did not want to waste their money. They also did not want to waste their resources. The war was continuing. So they came to a middle path. Also, the Marathas did not want constant attack from the Mughals. So both acted for a mediation. The arrangement is that the Marathas will accept the sovereignty and the Mughals will acknowledge that the Marathas are a part of the Mughal territory. They will also send some token money. So this arrangement is Vatan Jagirdar. Please understand, suppose you are posted as a civil servant Suppose you are posted in Thrissur, a place in India. Now you are positioned for 1 year. There is lesser chance of you making connivance. Suppose you are stationed for 20 years, you will turn to grow more and more powerful, and political, economic, and otherwise nuisances can occur. Thereby, in also today's civil services, they are regularly posted elsewhere for obviously for to end or limit the corruption practices. Also, it was true during the Mughals. They were transferred so that a Jagirdari cannot pose a challenge to the Mughal Empire. Do you understand? Sadia is asking how many concepts today, sir? A few more. I'll dictate, you will be comfortable. Please write down. Shreya is asking, Jagirdar is a type of Mansabdar. Yes, it is. Can I say all Jagirdars are Mansabdar, but all the Mansabdars not? Yes, you can. Right? Please write down. Under economic causes, I will explain this point. Put the heading Jagirdari crisis. Also, you can understand, to have Jagirdari practices, you need Jagir land. If the Mughal emperor is out of land, they cannot employ Jagirs anymore. That is another form of Jagirdari crisis. Write down. Sejal is asking, are they tax collector in short? No. One of their roles will be tax collections, but they are not tax collectors per se. They are administrative representative of the emperor. Two like central and state government. Jagirdari system and Ikta system the same? No, but they had a lot of similarities. Write down. The Mughal administration was effectively carried out till the period of Aurangzeb. Full stop. Signs of decline started becoming visible by the end of the tenure of Aurangzeb. Full stop. Next point. Bijapur and Golconda. Bijapur and Golconda were the last territories to be annexed. Under the Mughals. That happened in 1685 and 89 respectively. Right. Annexed under the Mughals. Full stop. During the period of later Mughals, during the period of later Mughals, it was found out that there was non-availability of Jagir land. There was non-availability of Jagir land. There was non-availability of Jagir land. Full stop. Also existing Jagirdars had become too powerful. Also existing Jagirdars had become too powerful and often declared their positions as hereditary. Full stop. This idea is referred to as Jagirdari crisis. Write a paragraph as note beneath that. Add another component. Write down as note. However, historians such as Satish Chandra, argued that the Jagirdari crisis was not real. Jagirdari crisis was not real. Full stop. According to him, the Mughals did not face shortage of Jagir land. At least in the initial period. That means Jagir crisis was actually a later phenomenon. Full stop. He argued that means Satish Chandra argued that majority land occupied were converted into Khalisa land or royal land, and their income directly went to the royal treasury. Next point. Aurangzeb did so mostly to finance his military campaigns in the Deccan. Finance his military campaigns in the Deccan. That means military campaigns in the Deccan, right? That means I helped you argue what is Jagardari crisis and also to what extent Jagardari crisis was true. Right? The next point is decline of royal karkhanas and traditional industries and towns and ports. Write down. Kindly put the heading. Write down. With the weakening of with the weakening of the Mughal Empire, the weakening of Mughal Empire, the decline was also reflected in handicrafts industry. Decline was also reflected in handicrafts industry. Full stop. Industrial towns such as Delhi, Agra, Banaras and Surat witnessed decline. Also beneath that as note, please write down as note. However, it did not mean the overall decline. However, it did not mean the overall decline of handicrafts industries and commerce. Full stop. For example, new cities and ports. New cities and ports emerged, like Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. We are also trying to counter argue. These note, whatever I am making you write under notes, they have a different purpose. I will soon explain what the purposes are. Here, I would want you to understand this point, that decline of handicrafts, when we use the term, this is not a phenomenon of 18th century. It is a phenomenon of much beyond. With actual rolling out of British Industrial Revolution, we will see in the domestic market a concept known as decline of handicrafts. But the symptoms will be visible here from here onwards. Third is agriculture and land revenue system. Write down. Agriculture and land revenue system. Write down. The Mughal land revenue system. The Mughal land revenue system was designed during Akbar. Especially by his finance minister Todermal. Finance Minister Todermal. Finance Minister Todermal. Full stop. By 18th century, these practices had become obsolete. Kritika is saying Dahasala system, absolutely correct. Bandobast or the Dahasala system, we'll learn in your medieval classes. Dahasala, what is Dahasala? They used to take the average. They used to give proper land records, the rights, documentations had to record them, and the land revenue was decided on the average of the produce. They categorized the land into Chachar, Paroti, Banjar, all these categories, the type of crops produced. And after the assessment, the average of 10 years used to define the land revenue that is to be paid. But remember, it's been, if I assume it is mid 16th century, by 18th century, it's been more than or close to 2 centuries. That means land records, all these things were lost. They had become redundant, obsolete. Also, you can understand, add another line. Somebody is saying that, repeat the line. Had become obsolete, redundant, outdated. Become outdated. That means the data. Suppose if I use the data of 1947 to decide voting pattern of today in 2023, I will undergo injustice. Simple, right? For example, the states like Bihar, it has undergone more population, but the number of constituencies is less as compared to suppose West Bengal. So that is an anomaly. There are multiple such errors. Write down the Mughals introduced temporary land revenue settlements, such as Malguzari or Ijaredari system. Full stop. These temporary arrangements showed the weakness. These temporary arrangements showed the weakness. Of weakness and short-sightedness or temporary nature of the Mughal economy. Short-sightedness of the Mughal economy. Imagine you are assuming planning for next 10 years or 20 years. That means it shows that your mental, political, economic or otherwise strength. But you are thinking about the next year. That means your temporary nature of your psyche. The Mughals during Akbar, they were thinking about their vision for next decade or so. Or by this time, they only wanted to arrange for next 1 year or 2 years. Thereby you can understand they are in shortage of money. They only want money for an immediate basis to keep themselves afloat. So in this way you can understand this. Right? We will deal with the next component Acha, economic done. Socio-cultural, there is not particularly anything that is worth considering. Again, there were, regarding law and order, there were certain situations faced, right? There were more religious orthodoxies. The state played limited role. Thereby, the entire Mughal order succumbed to religious orthodoxy. Certain orthodox elements, conservative elements took over power. It was marked by alienation of rights. That means more exploitation within the lines of the caste. So in this way, you can understand socio-cultural, right? Military causes, that means here I would say external and internal challenges. External and internal challenges. Simran is writing. Achha, Ishani writing, please repeat last line. Simran, please repeat. I have no clue what my last line was. Simran is asking Jizya system. Why are you asking Jizya system? Jizya or Zazia? Are you talking about the taxation upon the non-believers? Why are you saying that here? It does not make sense. Amrita is saying, please explain again, sir. We have to write external and internal. We do have to write external and internal. Short-sightedness of the Mughals was the last line. Acha. I mean to say, suppose, what is Malguzari and Ijaradari? I will deal once again in your land revenue policies. Under the Malguzari or the Ijaradari system, it was auctioned off. Nilami, it was auctioned to the highest bidder. That means these rights to the land to collect taxes were given to the highest bidder for a period of 1 year or 2 years. Now in the bidding process, the highest bidder took away the land. Now the person knows that after 1 year, the tenure will be gone. Somebody else will come and auctioning will happen. Will he or she, or here in this case only he, will he focus on the betterment of the condition of land or the peasants? No. He will try to exploit as much as he can. Thereby Malguzari and Ijaradari destroyed the agricultural customs. You can understand a number of peasant revolts will happen. Jat rebellion, Satnami rebellion, Sikh rebellion. I'll dictate these points. Tanmay is asking, Acha, Tanmay is here. These temporary arrangements showed the weakness and short-sightedness of the Mughal. All right. Kritika is saying, "Hum nahi banayenge, bas you." How to remember these terms with practice, repetition. So in this way, let us have a look about the military causes, the external and the internal ones. Suppose the military causes. Naturally, number one, Mughal army will be in disarray. They will be fighting, having internal conflicts. It will be visible in external attacks and internal challenges. Internal challenges, that means threats from inside, will be in the form of rise of Marathas. And peasant revolts. Peasant revolts can be Jat rebellion, the Satnami, and the Sikh rebellion. For the external attacks, worth mentioning will be invasion of Nadir Shah. He was a Persian invader. He was a Persian. For the first time, an outsider will have the audacity to attack India. This happened in 1739. Then is the invasion of, or sorry, not invasion per se, that is the third battle of Panipat. That is 1761. Lastly, the Battle of Buxar. (1764). Battle of Buxar was fought against the British by the Mughals along with Awadh and Bengal. We'll learn about them, just write it here. We'll explain further later. Against British, that means British defeated them here. These were, the first two were land-based attack from India's northwest, and the last one is a maritime attack. That means from a European power that strengthened itself from the sea. Vanshika is asking, sir, how Mughals are also outsiders? You and I both are outsiders, Vanshika. Malik is saying, Malik Muskan, after the Allahabad Treaty was signed, invasion of Ahmad Shah Abdali. Love Kush is saying invasion of Ahmad Shah Abdali. That is absolutely correct. Third Battle of Panipat. You're reading too much of YouTube videos. What was the last one? Vanshika, not healthy. Please cite, please. All right. Third Battle of Panipat. What did I say? Third Battle of Panipat was fought between Ahmad Shah Abdali or Ahmad Shah Durrani, the Afghans, and the Mughals. The Marathas under Sadasiv Rao and all, the Marathas supported the Mughals. They fought the battle for them. This is how it happened. Nayan is saying third Battle of Panipat of Ahmad Shah. Yes, definitely. Ahmad Shah Abdali is also Ahmad Shah Durrani. Sir, please write a little clear. Again, we need to have this arrangement in the very first class. You and I both will have an understanding. Nothing will be against my handwriting. It will hurt me personally. Acha, also explain socio-cultural. We will. Art, it has the potential to be in calligraphy, in mosques, mausoleums, temples. It will be aesthetically pleasing. Anyways, the socio-cultural impact, it is not directly visible. When I say socio-cultural impact, a peasant revolt part, that I have too many comments. Let me do one by one. The socio-cultural impact, that means it is simply talking about the decline of the social components and the cultural components. That means you will say that because of no authority from the center, administration weakened. You can understand education weakened. You can understand. So there are number of areas you can identify. Education sponsored by the state and the religious bodies took care of it. So that declined without any sponsorship. So overall, the entire order was declining. And whatever was the reason, it created the platform for the rise of the British. So in this way, you can understand that. There is nothing to particularly dictate. If you want me to, I can. But they are not directly showing why the decline of Mughals were happening. So I have just explained, I did not write anything. Right, Sejal is asking, again, handwriting. What have you written about after Battle of Buxar? I have written Battle of Buxar against the British. right? Peasant revolt, Jat rebellion, Satnami rebellion, and Sikh rebellion. Right? Yeram is saying dictate. You don't need any dictation here. Which part do you want dictation? Sir, in Mughal period, did individual owned land, Jagirdars got transferable land rights? One moment. Sir, in Mughal period, did individual owned land, Jagirdars got transferable land rights over state owned land? Don't worry, I will explain this. We will sort it out later. Nityanantham is saying Nadir Shah is Afghan invasion. No, what are you doing? Nadir Shah is a Persian. I have written here. He is a Persian invader. Third battle of Panipat was between the Afghans and the Mughals. Afghans under Ahmad Shah Durrani or Ahmad Shah Abdali. Mughals led by the Marathas. That's it. I will explain, don't worry. In our next class, today we have to wrap it up. In our next class, we will deal with the 3 battles and why they happened in Panipat. Will you share notes or whether you have to write only these? It will be a mixed model. I'll improvise. We'll learn about a lot of content. It's just the beginning. Right. Wasim is saying that Hector Munro versus Triple Alliance. Yes. Very good. So that is it for today. We will not extend further. We will again meet in your next class. Gaganesh says, will you dictate? I will. It feels like a threat to me. Will you or not? There was another student who wrote in all capital, dictate, or I'll send someone at your place. We will. Gradually we will deal with it. And Hyderabad. The initial beginning might be a bit difficult to understand the concepts. We have to deal with the first topic in details, that is the rise and fall of Bengal. It has direct relevance to your modern Indian syllabus. Today's chapter is rise and fall of Bengal. Before beginning, I believe that the slides are also being sent to you. So I'll try not to erase them. We'll return back to this slide. Or let me just remove it. One particular answer. There was a question, previous year's question paper that was asked. Is it visible? I believe yes. There was a question that I'm giving the excerpt. The third battle of Panipat. Third battle of Panipat was fought in 1761. Why so many empire shattering battles? Empire shattering battles happened in Panipat. Let us analyze this question. Please understand, this question is more associated with geography, and trends of medieval plus early modern warfare. It has little relevance to rather history. Nakshatra is writing availability of required resources, raw materials, terrain of the region. All right, you're trying to attempt this answer. Very good. These are valid points. Excellent. See, When you will be writing an answer, you will brainstorm the necessary points. What is the idea of writing an ideal answer? In the examination hall, we are looking at the average marks, especially in the GS papers, are declining every year. There is a general trend of the evaluators not offering marks. That can be one. The other, what we have noticed is that the students tend to answer their own question and often get diverted and not answer what is required. For that, I would recommend that you limit yourself to what exactly precisely has been asked. So mechanically limit yourself. For example, this question, we'll learn how to write an ideal answer. What is the thesis statement, key statement? What is the appendage, extension of a question, how to react? There are different appendages, extensions. For example, comment, elucidate, elaborate, critically examine. So these discuss, explain, these are extensions. On the basis of it, you have to react to the thesis statement. What is the thesis statement here in this question? The third battle of Panipat was fought in 1761. And then it is asking, this is the thesis statement, you have to react with these. Why so many battles or empire shattering battles happened in Panipat? That means it is precisely targeting causality. That means try to, whenever you will be given an event, history is dominated by event. And an event has basically two components, space and time. This is known as the spatio-temporal analysis. In simpler terms, spatio-temporal analysis helps you to write an introduction in a very simple and effective way. You do not have to overthink. See, for the third battle of Panipat, is happening in 1761. Please understand, UPSC does not have the liberty to ask about first and second battle of Panipat. It simply does not. Why? Because these events are not a part of your syllabus for your mains. UPSC can ask questions from mid 18th century and beyond, justifying the question. If you file an RTI, this will be the justification behind the setting of the question. They have the liberty to ask. Now, the component there is that empire shattering battles. Majority of you are attempting to answer. My older students are definitely there. They should. But before doing so, you have to understand what precisely about how to dismember the question. If you know the rationality behind dismemberment, it will be easier to predict or write answers when you will not be knowing the answer. Understand the rationality. Why am I spending so much of time in analyzing the statement, limiting my ambit? It will not be the case that you will be knowing all the components of the answer in a given 250 mark paper. By the right analysis, you will be able to produce valid points that will fetch you above average marks, and you will be closer to selection. It is not about content per se. It is about the art of extempore with minimum availability of information. Effective production. Your productivity should be improving. You should be able to write a lucid article where you will be lagging or lacking in availability of information. That is the art what is expected from a prospective civil servant. Do you honestly think that, suppose you have learnt about this chapter, do you think right now maybe you have availability of information? In the examination hall, you have to learn so many information, and probably you will be forgetting much more. What will you do then? That is the training here. The component empire shattering battles. We will enlist 3. We are deciphering this component. That will be the first battle of Panipat, happening in 1526. Why is it empire shattering? It is leading to the end of Lodhis in general, Lodhis in particular, and Delhi Sultanate in general, and empire shattering because it led to the establishment of Mughal Empire. Next component, the second battle of Panipat, 1556. Why it is empire shattering? That is end of Sur dynasty and re-establishment of Mughals. Last, third battle of Panipat, 1761, that led to end of the dreams of Marathas to create a unified empire. Also, it shattered the hopes of, or it led to the further weakening of the Mughals. Further weakening of Mughals. And what did it lead to? Gave ample opportunities for one, rise of a Sikh empire in the northwest. Rise of Sikh empire, then the rise of British. I am simply taking clauses from the thesis statement for this component, and I have explained that. Why it is empire shattering. Then for given thesis statement, there are generally steps to think about. You can accept the validity of the thesis statement. You can accept or you can reject or deny the validity of the thesis statement. That means for every statement provided, there is the path of acceptance and the path of denial. And there is a path beyond acceptance and denial. For an extreme statement, suppose, let us make an impact on your mind. Smoking is injurious to health. It is acceptable in rare cases, maybe it is acceptable in rare cases, maybe not acceptable. The exact situation might tell to what extent this statement is valid. Also, for every statement, there is a path beyond acceptance and rejection. For anything, there can be something more as compared to accepting it or rejecting it. This will help you think about how to argue. There will be certain points which will help you accept this statement. There will be certain points that will help you counter argue. I am telling you components as to what are the ideas you will be arguing and counter arguing. See, next you will be doing, at the end you will understand what exactly I have done. Then for this statement, You will argue accepting, you will accept this statement and you will try to reject or go towards a path, if any, beyond acceptance and rejection. Now understand what exactly I'm talking about. I'm accepting the statement, I will try to reject the statement, and I will think about if I have something beyond acceptance and rejection. Let us come back to the thesis statement. It is saying that Third Battle of Panipat, 1461, I will say that it is empire shattering. I have helped you argue the same, that here it was empire shattering. Now we will argue why, the causality. Why so many empire shattering battles? Happened in Panipat. It is enshrined, the clues are here, that is why we are elaborately discussing these points. All these invaders, what is their key understanding? All the invaders are from northwest India. The clue is embedded here itself. Here it will help you understand it with the help of a map. If all the invaders are from northwest, you have to understand the topography. For example, in the northwest, I'll use another slide for it. In the northwest, the attacks, invasions from northwest India. Here understand, the region here is the Thar Desert. Thar Desert that we name in India, this Thar Desert also in Pakistan known as Cholistan. Again here mountainous regions. The ranges are Hindu Kush, Suleiman and Kirthar ranges. Kirthar ranges, and they are interspersed with passes. Important pass that it will help you come. You cannot use any other route. If you come down south, you will find the Run of Kutch. Also, because of the topography, mobilization of a large army, especially cavalry, was impossible. This is observation number 1. There are passes. For example, the passes are Khyber, Bolan and Gomal. These passes you can only enter. The most popular pass was Khyber. Even during ancient Persians or the Greece or the Central Asians and later the Islamic invasions happened through these passes only. The second observation is that the clue is enshrined here in these trends. All these powers had their capital at Delhi. That means the foreign marauders, the invaders fought against a power centered around Delhi. Understood? to attack against a power in Delhi, their meeting point will be anything nearby. Because of the medieval system of administration and military, army was always at the direct disposal of the emperor. That means majority of the army will be stationed nearby to the sultan. This was the medieval order of things. In today, wherever are the choke points, strategic locations, generally this is the new form of defense. We deploy the army at strategic locations, at vulnerable sections. For example, had there been modern systems of strategic development, sultans would have protected, or the Rajputs would have protected the passes, because all the invasions happened here. But none of them felt the necessity of protecting the passes. None of them. Because the idea, the political thinking, the strategic military strategies were very different in the past. Now, so naturally, any point of contact, the ideal position of point of contact in most of the cases, especially these three, was Panipat. Now we will discuss about the strategic advantage of Panipat, suppose. Next is, that is, meeting point between any foreign invader and a power that controlled Delhi. Number one. Number two, large plain area, having availability of water, and grassland. That means food and fodder for cattle. For a large cavalry to meet Panipat met the conditions. See, when you are there in the examination hall, it is always will be very much commonsensical. You will not be knowing about the answer. Now, next component will be, see how we are structuring that. Let us come back to the exact question. Suppose third battle of Panipat, we are done with the answer basically. Third battle of Panipat was fought in 1761. Why so many empire shattering battles happened in Panipat? Introduction, you will talk about the battle of Panipats and the empire shattering character. Introduction done. Body, you will justify. Why so many battles? You will look about the conditions, the maps and also the strategic advantage of Panipat. Your answer is done. Conclusion, what will you do? What did I say? You will accept and maybe you will reject. That means you can simply argue that not all the empire shattering battles, you can add this point, battles happened in Panipat. This can be a way of showing that you have additional knowledge, precise understanding about the incident. You can talk about other important battles that happened between a power from northwest and a power centered around Delhi. For example, the Battle of Tarain. Also other critical battles, for example, Battle of Chandawar. Etc. They were also equally empire shattering. Also the other powers especially the maritime forces. That means European powers, when they attacked, they had nothing to do with India's northwest. That means Panipat or that region no longer remained important. It is just because of the nature of the invasions and the point of contact between the two fighting forces that made Panipat important. This is how you can make a conclusion to this question. We'll try to once again attempt in another question. You'll pay complete focus. Gradually you will understand how we are thinking about it. I feel the question, it was more clumsy. If you have lost on it, follow the recording lectures. Once again, follow the process. We will mechanically learn how to answer questions. Again, I'm giving you certain clues. We will repetitively analyze. For example, what are the steps? There is a question. Generally, it will have a thesis statement. And there will be an extension. If you face difficulties, you can make this diagram. You will make key highlights. Step 1. Key highlights of the statement. What will it help you to limit your answer? You will know what to write and more importantly what not to write. Step 1. Step 2. Analyze or analysis with respect to extension or appendage. For example, comment. We will learn these meanings in the next classes, not today. Comment, discuss, elucidate, critically examine, etc. Then provide arguments in favor and against, and also if there are any beyond. This will constitute the body of your answer, and you will provide conclusion. Now basically for an answer writing, what you have to do, suppose an answer will constitute 150 words. Accordingly you calculate. You will see in the examination hall, you are writing 150 words question, that is 10 questions of that sort, that is 1500 words. There is 250 words, 10 questions, that is total of 2500 words. A sum total of 4000 words, which is impossible, so you'll cut down words. For a 150 word, try to focus on 120 maximum. 100 to 120. That is why writing using graphs, charts, bullet points, it will fetch more marks. See, you will write introduction, roughly 10 to 20 words. Conclusion, it can differ. Do not think that this is the ideal approach, you have to follow this model. That will be again 10 to 20 words. And often when we structure the answer, we try to provide more content, because I understand that you will retain limited portions and maybe there will be some difficulties, right? And your body, the rest. Roughly, that means 10 plus 10, 20, that will be roughly 80 to 100 words. Right, maybe less. Now understand, for a question, the body I have already mentioned, that is of 80 to 100 words. Roughly that is 8 to 10 sentences. Try to make 3, anywhere between 3 to 10 points, depending on your efficiency on that question. If you have 3 points, you will write 3 lines for each, and you will make it 9 lines. If you have 10 points, you will write 1 line for each. The richer the content will it, the multifaceted it will become. Now, whenever you will be jotting down the points, for suppose point 1, point 2, 3, 4, etc., you will sequence them. You will often find out point number 1 is purely imaginary, maybe garbage. What you are supposed to do is that from point 2 onwards, you will start writing productive. If you think that in the examination hall, you will be pulling the stunts. All you need to do here is the syllabus, completion of the syllabus. Trust me, there's a bigger shock coming. So here, then next step will be sequencing. And then elaboration. This is the ideal way of answering. We'll begin with today's session. We'll start with the component that is rise and fall of Bengal. Again, in my experience, I have seen that we have learned a lot of information. We do not know how to channelize them. The lecture I have taken, the half an hour I have spent, it is going to be more fruitful. That is not written, unfortunately, in any book. What I'll be teaching now is mentioned in any book. So your priority, pay attention, write them down, try to implement. If you face there any problem, you let me know. I'll be more than happy to help you out. First of all, I'll explain the definition or the concept of an autonomous state. The concept of an autonomous state. See, it is rooted in the idea of Mughal administration. What about the Mughal administration? Mughal administration can be understood as having, Mughal administration is an example of a military state. What is the definition of a military state? A military state means there is no difference between the civil administration and the military administration. For every administrative unit within the Mughals, they have two components. One, Diwani or the revenue, and Nizamat or the military. Please keep on writing alongside. And as I have explained, it is a military state. That means Nizamat will have both military and police functions. That means during war, it will play the role of keeping the country safe. During peacetime operations, they will maintain law and order and also dispense justice. This is the definition of a military state. Now, my question to you, is India a military state now? The answer is no. Here, for civilian purposes, very good, all of you. For civilian purposes, you have police, and for military purposes, there is a different entity. They are not the same. For maintaining law and order, peaceful operations, the military is never deployed. Very good. Now, another component of the Mughal administration is separation of power. That means what? Separation of power so that concentration may lead to a rise of a monarch who will challenge the authority of the king. Naturally, if the powers are separated, that means what? A diwan, that means holder of the position of diwani, and a nizam, also known as nazim in eastern India, holder of the position of nizamat. They should be separate, because if a person becomes same, they will assume power. But this happened in Bengal in the year 1717 under Murshid Quli Khan. He was already the Diwan of Bengal. He was also given the additional charge of Nizam in the year 1717. Thereby, Bengal became the first autonomous state. This is the definition. Keep on writing, you will consolidate. First, I'll give you some time to write down this diagram. Please write it down. If you do not understand, please ask. Biplav is asking, Sudala, Anusha, what do you want me to repeat? Ritvik is saying, is China and North Korea military state? I cannot comment on that. China does have separate civilian operations and also separate. For Korea, it is very difficult to understand. Korea maybe, but in modern times, the administrative mechanisms are basically not a military state. Any medieval rule, be it the Ottomans or the Habsburg Empire, the Romanovs, all were very similar to that of a military state. Later on, any modern justice system, they are. What about Myanmar? They are thin line. Again, you cannot compare a medieval justice system with the present world. All right. A majority of you wants repetition. Do focus, please. Who is sending links? Who is Yash? I will dictate for, sir, please repeat Murshid Quli. Write it down. I'll dictate the points, you write down. Bengal became, first point, Bengal became the first autonomous state. Bengal became the first autonomous state in 1717 under the leadership of Murshid Quli Khan. Under the leadership of Murshid Quli Khan. I have written Murshid Quli. Why have you written Murshid Quli Park? It is right written. Right, under the leadership of Murshid Quli Khan, full stop. Next point, Murshid Quli Khan, in short you can also write down MQK. Murshid Quli Khan was already appointed in the position of Diwan, or appointed as Diwan of Bengal. Appointed Diwan of Bengal. In bracket, once again write down revenue department, collection of taxes, managing of the revenue. Full stop. Alongside, keep on writing. In 1717, Mughal Emperor Farrukhsiyar, also appointed him, that means Murshid Quli Khan, also appointed him as the Nazim. Yesterday we have discussed, this is the corruption of the word Nizam. If you face difficulty, you can also write Nizam, it will not be wrong. full stop. Thus Bengal became the first autonomous state. Bengal became the first autonomous state. That means I am using the term autonomous. Am I saying independent? No. That means what? Murshid Quli Khan continued to associate himself with the Mughals. Write it down, you will forget. Write down. Next point, it did not mean that Bengal severed, that means detached, severed, severed all her ties or all its ties with the Mughals. For example, basically you are trying to understand the association between Bengal and Mughals. Number one, or simply you will write in bullet points, it will be easier for you to comprehend. Coins were minted in the name of Mughal emperor. Next association, officers appointed in the name of Mughal family members. Next is Mughals mentioned in khutbah or the Friday prayer. Khutbah is the discussion after the Friday prayer. And sent annual tributary plus accepted sovereignty. These are the components which helps us understand why it was autonomous and not independent. This is very valid. Kindly write it down. If you have, tell me. I'll proceed forward. Done. All right. Change the paragraph. I will jump forward certain points. Acha, just write down one point. Murshid Quli Khan transferred, that means shifted the capital. Murshid Quli Khan shifted the capital from Dhaka to Murshidabad. From Dhaka to Murshidabad. From Dhaka to Murshidabad. That makes sense. Murshid Quli Khan and Murshidabad. Murshidabad present in today's northern Bengal. Sir, what is the last word written? Sovereignty or suzerainty. Both are right. That means they accepted the Mughals to be the ultimate emperor, Shahanshah. Bhanu is saying that as per spectrum, MQ Murshid Quli Khan is independent state. How can a person be an independent state? And also, spectrum is a reference book, not a textbook. We do not take spectrum very seriously. Don't worry. Although your approach is encourageable, don't worry, Bhanu, I take personal responsibility. Right? Spectrum is an information book. You will find more errors like that. You do not have to worry. But nonetheless, if you find some anomaly, you can talk to me. I'll help you out. Chandan is saying, Sir, Bipan Chandra. I am not Bipan Chandra. Acha, Bipan Chandra, is it a textbook? All right, Bipan Chandra is a textbook. Yes, we take Bipan Chandra very seriously. Satish Chandra, textbook. We accept, take it seriously. Shekhar Bandyopadhyay, textbook. We take it seriously. Screen is not clearly visible. Do not tell me I am guarding it once again. Murshidabad. Murshidabad. Nayan is asking which year he shifted the capital. I'll talk to him tonight. So far, I do not know. And it is not important. Yes? Acha, 4 point again. These are the 4 points. Sir, is Diwani and Nizamat also known as dual system? No, absolutely not. Sir, where this place is located in? I just said Murshidabad is in northern Bengal. 3rd point, Mughals mentioned in Khutbah. That means the Jummah, the Friday, that is the prayers are done. Generally in the Islamic world, the congregatory prayers that happens on Fridays. And after the prayer, there is a general discussions. In those discussions, the emperor was mentioned. That means still there was the association for the same, right? Kumar is asking, Nizamat same as Fauzdari? Not at all. Civil and criminal laws, that is different. We will deal with that later. Although some associations is there, I cannot say there is no linkage whatsoever. Let's begin. Continue. It will take some time for you to acclimatize. Kindly proceed forward. Write down. Ali Vardi Khan. Next. Sorry. I was you dictated that Murshid Quli Khan shifted the capital from Dhaka to Murshidabad. Next point. He also paid attention. To collection of land revenue. / improvement of agriculture. Both are synonymous rather. Improvement of agriculture. And trade and commerce. Trade and commerce can be both inland and also maritime, seaborne trade. That means land-based trade and seaborne trade. You can add another line if you want to. That primary export of Bengal of 17th and early 18th century. 17th and early 18th century were finished goods. Finished goods are finished goods. Are finished goods. Rishti, देखो बेटा, you have to keep up the pace. I'm trying to be as slow as possible. Also, in most of the cases, I do not remember what I have said before. Finished goods mean in contrast to raw materials. What are the finished goods? Examples: cotton textiles, silk, saltpeter, clarified butter, etc. This list is the exports of Bengal. Of 17th and early 18th century. Now here was the prelims question. If you change the time period, the export basket will also be changing. Try to understand. This is the period where it marks the heightened economy of Bengal, and this is basically the pre-industrial Europe, pre-industrial Britain. That means industrialization did not happen there. If I change the time period, I make a contrasting analysis. Suppose if I say the export items of 19th century Bengal, that means it is coinciding with the industrial Britain. What will the export item? India will no longer be supplier of raw material. It will be a supplier of, no longer be a supplier of finished goods. They will become a supplier of raw materials. I'll write here raw cotton and silk. I'll write down indigo. They are the key products, the dye, natural dye. I will write down tea, coffee, so not coffee, tea, raw cotton, indigo, tea. I will also write, these are the industrial inputs. Anything else? You can write also sugar. Right? That means what I intend to say is that they will be supplier of raw material and also food. The export basket, yes, opium, I remember. India or Bengal was also exporting opium, especially to balance the trade deficit with China. These were the export basket. Change the paragraph. See, the association with the Mughals will end with rise of Ali Vardi Khan. Ali Vardi Khan will assume power and start acting as an independent state. Write a few lines. Write down. Change the paragraph and please continue writing. Ali Vardi Khan rose to power. Ali Vardi Khan rose to power by 1740-41. He was a military general basically who toppled the government and became a sultan. He was initially a military general in the Bengal court and he usurped the throne. And from the period of Ali Vardi Khan, you can understand, Bengal started acting as an independent state. That means gradually they will start detaching, severing the ties with the Mughals. Next point. Ali Vardi Khan was succeeded by his grandson. He was succeeded by his grandson, Siraj ud Dawla. In 1756. Who had both internal challenges and external threats from British. External threat or threats from the British. Kritika, you are saying 1756. Did I say 1757? No. He assumed power in 1756. That's fine. I'll be changing the slide. Briefly, you have to cover these topics. We are basically moving towards the Battle of Plassey. The internal challenges, what happened, who are the stakeholders, unnecessary information. Please do not go with them. We'll learn about the Siraj ud Dawla, and challenges from the British. First point, the issue of Dastak. Kindly make this diagram, by the way. Issue of Dastak. Next is construction of moat. We'll explain every point. Construction of moat. And the Krishna Ballav incident. And the Krishna Ballav incident. I'll explain all of them. Beneath that, point by point. Kindly write down the first point, the issue of Dastak. Write down. Dastak refers to trading pass that was issued under the provisions of Farooq Siyar Farman. This point was asked in your prelims. Issued under the provisions of Farooq Siyar Farman. Full stop. The dastak was given to British East India Company. British East India Company to conduct free trade. British East India Company to conduct duty-free trade. Duty-free trade. The condition was that you pay an annual fixed amount and you conduct the duty-free trade. You do not have to pay any additional taxes, any additional levy. Next point, in bracket you can write down, in exchange of a fixed annual payment. Next point, however, the company officials misused the dastak, to carry out their private trade. That was not the trade of the company, but their private trade. It was unacceptable to the young Nawab. Unacceptable to the young Nawab. Next point was the construction of moats. Write down, in India, first point, in India, it was the environment of heightened tension between Britain and France. Full stop. Next point, to safeguard British factories from French attack. from possible French attack. Trenches were dug alongside fortifications. Alongside fortifications. Alongside fortifications. Trenches were dug alongside fortifications. Do you understand this point? Moat means along the factories. What do I mean by a factory? Is it an industrial complex? No. A factory is a storehouse or an inventory. Please remember, the British East India Company, were they manufacturers themselves? No. The Britishers in India were traders, middlemen, intermediaries. From the country, they would collect the finished goods and bring it to their factories. And from the factories, they will take it through ships back to Europe and sell. Britishers thereby in this period were known as Banians. Very close, again, corruption of the word Bania. The trading class of our country. This was also asked in your UPSC Prelims. So you understand the concept of factory? If there is war, definitely French would try to steal goods and the factories have to be safeguarded. Now, this is the environment of Anglo-French wars, Carnatic wars. The British were safeguarding their factories, but here it will offend the Sultan. Siraj will think that it is challenging his sovereignty. You write at this point, these fortifications challenged the sovereignty of the young monarch. Challenge the sovereignty of Siraj. Next point, Krishna Ballav incident. Krishna Ballav incident. Write down, Krishna Ballav was responsible for financial fraud. Krishna Ballav was responsible for financial fraud. And despite repeated requests, he refused to meet Siraj. And took refuge, R-E-F-U-G-E, and took refuge under the company. This angered Siraj. Naturally, Krishna Ballav felt that British were more important. Siraj was not. This angered any autocrat, any monarch. Change the paragraph, please, and write down. Keep on writing. Siraj finally decided to attack decided to attack British settlements at different places. For example, Murshidabad and Calcutta. Right? In the meantime, the alleged black hole incident took place. The alleged black hole incident took place. Put the heading black hole incident and its critical evaluation. Write down, the black hole incident was narrated by J.Z. Hallwell. According to which 146 Englishmen sorry, 146 Englishmen, including women and children, were kept inside a small cell. Overnight, and only 23 survived. The next morning, and the rest died due to asphyxiation or suffocation. Change the paragraph. However, contemporary historian Ghulam Hussain, in his work Sayr ul Mutakharin, does not refer to any such incident. Does not refer to any such incident. Next point. It seems a lot of controversy goes around the incident. A lot of controversies goes around the incident. By the way, this was asked in your assistant commandant paper, this book. A lot of controversies goes around regarding the authenticity of the incident. Authenticity of the incident. Full stop. Next point. It is highly probable. It is highly probable that the company officials made up this incident to portray the monarch, to portray the Nawab as a barbarian and gain the support of the British higher officers for the access to the army. Full stop. Very logical. See, a trading company, East India Company did not have a standing army. It depended on the British army as such. Now, why will the British army give access? They have to portray on humanitarian grounds that the monarch has lost his mind. So that was a logical interpretation. They had to create such an incident. Two same contemporary writers, J.Z. Orwell mentioning, he not. If such a impactful incident had happened, there was a high probability Ghulam Hossain might have referred to this incident. This did not happen. Next point, immediately after, the British under the leadership of Clive, that is Robert Clive, British under the leadership of Clive defeated Siraj and the Treaty of Ali Nagar was signed. Treaty of Ali Nagar was signed. This is the beginning, initial months of 1757. January basically. Treaty of Ali Nagar was signed. These will be giving you certain clues. There was a question in last year that despite numerical strength and all the equipments, why did Indian rulers lose? Here, write down as note. Beneath that, please write down as note. Siraj-ud-Daulah was not militarily weak. To be defeated by the British. Full stop. The particular environment was the particular environment was dominated by the fear. If you are still facing some difficulties, please remember this political history, a number of students find it very difficult to comprehend. There's a lot of factual information. Interestingly, in the recent times, UPSC has not asked any questions from these topics, thereby making it redundant. So we'll try to give less focus on this chapter, right? Shekhar, my voice is not clear. Karishma, you're also saying voice nahi aa raha. Why do you find that the voice is not clear? Avanish is asking where is digital smartboard? Probably in the studio. Sir, it's very low. All right. You'll acclimatize. Voice is not clear. All right. Still not clear, clearly audible. Some of you find it audible, some of you find not audible. Sir, voice clear but low. I have a low voice. Sir, I am a beginner. Mania is asking, I'm a beginner, so I find it difficult. I understand you will find it difficult. All right. If you do not find it difficult, if you do not find it itchy, irritating, it is likely that you're not learning. There has to be some difficulty from every other side. Ayush is saying, let's start. All right, as you say. See, Achha, where exactly were we? Probably we were learning about the rise and fall of Bengal. Fall of Bengal, I remember. We had learned about the Treaty of Alinagar. Right? Treaty of Alinagar was the primary cause behind the Battle of Plassey. Put the heading, the Battle of Plassey. (1757). You can also improvise by making another document. Achha, I have 13 comments. All right. I have made you write the black hole incident. All right. Kindly put the heading, the Battle of Plassey. 1757. You can write it, structure it in this fashion. Suppose you write Bengal. That was represented by Siraj-ud-Daulah, of course. There is the British East India Company. British East India Company, led by Robert Clive. We have loyalists. Loyalists to the Nawab of Bengal, of course. For example, Mir Madan or Mir Mardan and Mohan Lal. And traitors are those who hatched conspiracy. Right, a number of names can be here. Umi Chand, Jagat Seth, Rai Durlab, Mir Jafar, etc. Mir Jafar, etc. Nayan probably is my older student. Nayan has given me a question for means. I'll dictate that question. Give me some time, Nayan. I'll dictate it to everybody else. You can also post it for everyone if you want to. Nayan has posted a question online. All of you, please have a look. Basically, what is the rationale? Why am I putting this question? Please remember, the diagram will help you understand that Battle of Plassey was not a military victory, or did not prove military supremacy of British in India. Here, victory was ensured. Please write these statements down. Victory was ensured by means of deceit and conspiracy or treachery. Well, victory was ensured by means of deceit and conspiracy. Saiful is writing, sir, is it treachery? It is treachery. Treachery cannot be a word. You can write treachery if you want to. Or I have written those who hatched conspiracy. Traitors, it should be. My apologies. It should be traitors. What is, Savia is asking, what is written before conspiracy? Traitors. I have written traitors. And I have written those who hatched conspiracy. What is EIC? East India Company. EIC means East India Company. This is a bad habit, I understand. In the examination hall, you are definitely supposed to not follow this route. Kindly write this diagram down. Achha, victory was ensured by means of deceit and treachery. Again, for the beginners, I have close to 300 plus students. I often dictate at the same time write. Some students are good with writing from board. Some students are good with dictations. The one who are good with dictations, I often find that they start reading from the board. So follow your own forte, own expertise, whatever line you're good at. If dictation is good, then listen and then write, right? I'll be slower if you want me to. I hope you have written this diagram. Shall I proceed to the next slide? See, kindly write down. I'll dictate certain points. Battle of Plassey. First point, Battle of Plassey was the direct consequence of British insults British insults towards Nawab of Bengal. British insults towards the Nawab of Bengal full stop. The British very well knew, the British very well knew, the British very well knew about the upcoming threat. The British very well knew about the upcoming threat from Siraj-ud-Daulah, from Siraj-ud-Daulah and also started preparing. Next point. The British made inside arrangements. The British made inside arrangements. The British made inside arrangements by bribery, and hatching conspiracy, full stop. It is alleged that that means not proven, alleged that even the astrologer was bribed. Astrologer of the Nawab was bribed to destroy his confidence, Next point. Achha, I have a lot of comments. Achha, please also note that there are 350 students. If you say repeat for so many times, I will not be able to finish the class. I will try to be even slower for a time being, right? In the middle, Mania is saying, should I be reading the NCERTs? What do you think? Should you read the NCERTs, or you make airplanes out of it? Read the NCERTs. I'll be slower while dictating, right? Sania is saying first line repeat. Anyways. Sir, can you please, what chapter are we learning? Please be in the class from the beginning till the end. We are learning about the rise and fall of Bengal. We both have to learn how to coordinate. No problem. I'll be slower for a while. You will all keep up the pace. The astrologer was bribed. Next point. The troop of Nawab, the troop or troops of Nawab as well as British Army gathered in the battlefield of Plassey. Apart from a small contingent of Nawab's army, comma, everybody knew about the outcome of the battle. About the outcome of the battle. Full stop. After some confusion, next point, after some confusion, confused Siraj started to flee the battlefield, and was killed in the battle, and was killed by Miran. You can remember, unnecessary information. Killed by Miran, the son of Mir Jafar. For state PSCs, they might be important for some reason, apparently. Right. Next point. In this sense, the Battle of Plassey was a rather bloodless warfare. Please change the paragraph. Write down as note. Beneath that, please write down as note. As promised. The company, as promised, the company gave the throne to Mir Jafar, who entered into a secret alliance with the British. Now, I will not be entertaining in these questions basically. Mir Jafar, please remember the tenure is 1757 to 1760. he entered into a secret alliance, right? They mean very little. And gave a lot of money, also signed a defensive and offensive alliance system with the British. But Mir Jafar soon ran out of money. He could not pay the British anymore. Thereby, Mir Jafar was deposed. And Mir Qasim was put in the throne. His tenure is 1760 to 63. Achha, do remember, Mir Qasim also entered into a secret alliance and gave a lot of money and gave a huge sum of money to the British. This money was used to finance the Third Anglo-French War. Also known as the Carnatic War. By the way, the year 1760 is also very interesting. Why so? Number one, Robert Clive went back to London. He will return back in 1765. That means Robert Clive will remain the governor of Bengal between 1757 and 1760. After that, he will return back to London. He is no longer present in India. Next is for a temporary governor will become G.Z. Holwell. J.Z. Holwell. I hope you remember. J.Z. Holwell appointed temporary governor. And Henry Vansittart. Henry Vansittart replaced Holwell as permanent governor. And also it was Henry Vansittart who appointed Mir Qasim as new Nawab of Bengal. New Nawab of Bengal. Kindly write it down. We will be moving towards the next slide. Governor of Bengal, Digvijay. Partha is saying a little bit faster. I cannot help it. There are multiple others who are slow now. With time, all will become faster. We'll increase the pace very soon. If anyone face any problem, then we will discuss. Achha, please go over. Please increase speed. All right, I hope you have written. We'll move on to the next slide. There is Mir Qasim. One moment, please. There is the tenure of Mir Qasim. The tenure is 1760 to 1763. Now, Qasim, what he did was modernize the military of Bengal. First step was modernize the military of Bengal or army of Bengal. To do so, he appointed Gurgan Khan or Gurjan Khan. I will not be knowing the pronunciation. An Armenian general. His next step was shift the capital. From Murshidabad to Munger. Finally, his third step was arms factory or developing an arms factory, establishment of an arms factory at Munger. These were his 3 steps. Chandni also from Munger. Very good. I hope you have written. We'll be moving towards the next idea. Now, Mir Qasim was independent thinking. Also, you can understand he knew that Mir Jafar was deposed. It was highly likely that Mir Qasim could have also been deposed. So he started preparing for a situation where he could be deposed. Thereby, the conflict between Mir Qasim and the British started to increase. We'll learn about Mir Qasim and the conflict with the British, right? And the conflict with the British. Number 1 will be issue of Dastak. Still continues. I'll dictate these points. Please write down this diagram. I'll explain. Next is Ram Narayan episode. And the meddling of European officers in the internal affairs of the Nawab. By the way, I have learned that probably 90% of you are from Northern India. So as the requirement of the batch suggests, if you face any communication problem, I'll be more than happy to explain it in Hindi, if that is something you want. But with the passage of time, we will try to make it happen in one language, right? Again, everything is for you. You need to understand that. If you want me to be slow, I will be slow. If you are having communication problem, we will try to use another language. Please write the diagram. I will start explaining. I hope you have written. I'll explain the issue of dastak first. In bullet points, please write down. The misuse of dastak, the misuse of dastak, the misuse of dastak by the English officials, by the English officials in conducting private trade, in conducting private trade remained a challenge. Remained a challenge. Full stop. Also, the Indian merchants, faced discrimination, as the British traders enjoyed undue privilege. British traders enjoyed undue privilege. Next point. To provide with an equal platform, comma, Nawab abolished the system of dastak. Altogether. Abolished the system of dastak altogether and made commerce duty free. Which led to personal loss. To the English officials or officers, to the English officers. Next point. The British officials continued to interfere, continued to meddle or interfere, continued to interfere in the internal affairs of Bengal administration. Next point. The conflict reached its climax. The conflict reached its climax
the conflict reached its climax with the Ram Narayan episode. With the Ram Narayan episode. Next point. Or you can continue this paragraph. Ram Narayan was charged with embezzlement of funds. Embezzlement of funds. And despite repeated requests, refused to. Despite repeated requests, refused to meet with Nawab. Now, please understand, we are here going towards the platform. We are actually leading towards Battle of Buxar. But Battle of Buxar happens in 1764. Please understand, even before that, Mir Qasim was deposed. I have told you earlier the tenure of Mir Qasim, 1760 to 63. That means Mir Qasim was already deposed. Who was the Nawab at the time of Battle of Buxar? It was once again Mir Jafar. What was going on with Mir Qasim? Let us understand. Qasim was already deposed. Qasim was looking for trouble. He was trying to get his throne back and restore the authority of Bengal. In this spirit, a lot of conflicts will happen, including the Battle of Buxar. Please write down. Put the heading, events leading to Battle of Buxar. Events leading to Battle of Buxar. Events leading to Battle of Buxar. First point. Mir Qasim and his army, Mir Qasim and his army entered into military confrontation with the British and were defeated at many places. Next point. Mir Qasim after getting defeated at Patna, left Bengal and entered Awadh. Here, next point, here He signed a treaty. He signed a treaty with Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II and Awadh Sultan Suja ud Dawla for their support against the British. For their support against the British. Next point. The combined army. The combined army of Mughals, Awadh and Bengal. Awadh and Bengal met the forces of British at Buxar. You can also write down under the leadership of Hector Munro. Hector Munro. Full stop. Next point. It is important to note that Battle of Buxar was a true battle. In its right meaning. In bracket, you can also write down as compared to Battle of Plassey. As compared to Battle of Plassey. Next point. The Battle of Buxar proved the military supremacy of British in India. And from now on, was considered to be a force to be reckoned. A force to be reckoned. Now, 2-3 elements of our discussion. Let's have a look. Why the British won in the Battle of Buxar, right? There is a question today, maybe if I have time, I'll discuss the question that despite numerical majority and all these advantages, the Indian rulers always were lost against the British. Some clues will be enshrined in this. Number one, importance of Battle of Plassey. You have to give due share of credit here. Importance of Battle of Plassey. Though it is, you can write down, though won by deceit. Very much real. In war, victory is victory, no matter as what path have you followed. Nobody considered the British inferiority after the Battle of Plassey. Also, the indirect access to the resource of Bengal went to the pockets of East India Company. EIC here, East India Company. Indirect access to the resource of Bengal went to the hands of East India Company. Next is, by the way, these access to resources help win a lot of wars, including the Third Carnatic War. See, the Third Carnatic, that means the Third Anglo-French War, that was fought between 1758 and 1763, just 1 year before the Battle of Buxar, was won using resources of Bengal. And now the resource of Carnatic was used in Battle of Buxar. You can remember at least these 2 points. Carnatic is in far south. Today's Madras, Tamil Nadu. Back then, it will become the Madras Presidency. Third Carnatic War was fought between English and the French. We'll move on to the next slide. Next point, put the heading, the Treaty of Allahabad. Who is the key architect? Robert Clive. Next point, write down. Mir Qasim had fled. Mir Qasim had fled the battlefield. Mir Qasim had fled the battlefield and later died out of extreme poverty. Later died out of extreme poverty near Delhi. Next point, the British on the other hand got hold of, the British on the other hand, got hold of the British on the other hand got hold of Mughal emperor as well as Nawab of Awadh. Mughal emperor as well as Nawab of Awadh, and they were forced to enter the Treaty of Allahabad. Kindly write down this diagram. For Awadh, remember, regions such as Kara, it can also be CARA, near to Allahabad, Kara and Allahabad, taken away. And this territory was given to Mughal emperor. Next point is imposed heavy war indemnity. That means expenses incurred because of war. Third is access to duty-free trade. In Bengal, in Awadh. And also defensive and offensive alliance. Offensive alliance. The term itself is self-explanatory. If you do not understand this term, you can ask. Defensive and offensive, if I have this arrangement between two, that means if I'm attacked, I'll be helped by the signatory. Or if I attacked, I'll also be helped, right? Kindly write down this diagram. Vipul, you're not writing. Abhay, what is it? I'm repeating. Give me some moment. Achha, so many comments. What is written after was in Delhi? Give me 2 minutes break to go to the washroom. Me or you? Where is Kara? Near to Allahabad. Please dictate slowly. All right. Kara and Allahabad was taken away. Imposed heavy war indemnity. Access to duty-free trade in Awadh. Next, defensive and offensive alliance. अवध के नीचे क्या लिखा हुआ है? अवध कहाँ लिखा है मैंने? Suja Ud-Daula, the emperor, the Nawab of Awadh. Akansha, what is the second line? Oh. Shall I write down the next table? See, for Mughal emperor, Kara and Allahabad was given to the Mughal emperor. Next is given an annual pension. Right. Next is in exchange Diwani right of Bengal was to be given to East India Company. What does this line suggest? See, Nawab was very different. I have said that Bengal had become, or rather acting as an independent state after Ali Vardi Khan. But overall, if anybody had the right to give away Bengal, was the Mughal emperor. Still was the nominal head of the country. This is a very significant line. Kindly write this point down. In exchange, Diwani right of Bengal was to be given to the East India Company. Asha, actually, what is the general? Do you want a 2 or 3 minutes break? Or you want the classes to continue? I do not know what is the online protocol. In offline, it is very much different. Once again. Asha, continue. All right. The majority says continue. All capital. We have to continue. Acha, there is continue and rate. It feels like democracy now. Referendum. Acha, sir, give 2 hours of class. No, Acha. Maybe you will call it early. Let's see. Change the paragraph and write down. Soon after the Treaty of Allahabad, dual system was established. In Bengal. Dual system was established in Bengal. We'll understand what dual system is. Who is the chief architect of dual system? Again, Robert Clive. By this time, he had returned back. I have already said in 1765. Very good. In 1765, he returned back and he was also the chief architect of dual system. By the way, to explain dual system, let us make a diagram. Let's see how it goes. For suppose we have discussed that Bengal administration was a part of Mughal. That means Mughal administration should also be similar in Bengal. So see here, if I say Bengal administration, we have two stakeholders. One is British East India Company, and we have Bengal Nawab. The position of Bengal Nawab has not been dissolved as of now. Bengal administration had basically, I'll write Bengal. One moment. We'll write Bengal Nawab. Now we have administration will have two components. One is Diwani. That means revenue, and other one will be Nizamat. What did I say? Nizamat also, it is an example of a military state. That means there will be responsibilities. For example, law and order, maintenance of public utilities, etc. And access to military. These are the two components of Nizamat, as because Bengal is an example of a military state. Now see Diwani, as per the arrangements under the Treaty of Allahabad. Diwani rights will be going to the British East India Company. Very normal, right? We have discussed the Treaty of Allahabad. But please understand, the Diwani rights are not understood. British do not understand the local customs, traditions, maybe language. Thereby, they are entitled to the revenue. Can they collect? They do not know how to collect. That means collected through Indian officers. For example, Reza Khan, also Sitab Rai. Now understand, what about the responsibilities? Responsibilities are burden. The company does not want to deal with it. Thereby, the responsibilities will be given to Nawab. Now, access to military. If you give Nawab back its military, once again, a rebellion can happen. Thereby, who will take care of the military now? The British East India Company. This is the entire diagram. Understand it, take some time. And tell me if you need any clarity. Very good. Majority, it is clear. Gradually, you have to pay. Prithi, you're saying repeat. Look at the diagram and recreate it once again. Then once again, if you are incapable, you ask. Amrita is asking, these notes is sufficient for learning. Are you asking or telling? मानिया इज राइटिंग ब्रिटिश के बराबर. अच्छा, बराबर में क्या लिखा है? ब्रिटिश के बराबर में, ब्रिटिश में EIC, ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी. What is after public? What is public? Public utilities. Acha, Parth, is notice sufficient for us or not? All right. Let it be a surprise for you. Janam is saying, in the past, were you a doctor? I'll come to your house. You criticize my handwriting. Does it mean that rights were all for EIC and the duties were of Nawab? That is true. That means, acha, so many content. Acha. My goodness. See, that means what? Access to resources. They were given to the British East India Company. That means the privileges or the resources. But if you talk about the responsibilities, They were vested with the Bengal Nawab. The responsibilities were vested with the Bengal Nawab. Right? Is there any other questions? Mania is asking, notes which are you dictating is sufficient or not? All right. We'll move on to the next slide. We'll learn about the consequences of. Dar is writing collects lines, sir. I believe that where is collected? Collected through Indian officers. Collected through, yeah, sure. There is some overlapping, right? I've written collected through Indian officers, that is Reza Khan or and Sitab Rai. Shall we move on? We'll write down about the consequences of the dual system. Of the dual system. Mania, if I have to answer your question, we are not even close for your actual syllabus. Young students get confused. That is why I'm unnecessarily making you write these points. They are not at all required for your means. If you grow some maturity, you will soon realize that types of questions. I'm very sure you have not seen any question whatsoever. That is why you're insecure. Out of insecurity, you're asking these questions. So let me tell you, we are learning about those points where directly no question will be asked. It is so that you get some comfort, emotional comfort. If I directly start with syllabus for UPSC, probably you will quit. So let me handle with the responsibility. These questions come out of insecurity. I understand that. Write down consequences of dual system. The dual system proved disastrous for the economy of Bengal. Full stop. The British wanted to extract as much resource as possible leading to destruction of agriculture. Destruction of agriculture. Full stop. Condition of land deteriorated, causing a widespread famine. causing a widespread famine in 1770s. Where over 10 million population, 1 crore people died here. 10 million people or population got wiped out. Got wiped out. Next point. The condition was so alarming. The condition was so alarming that it shook the British Parliament back in London. British Parliament back in London, and they became concerned. And they became concerned with the actions of East India Company in India. East India Company in India. Next point. For the first time, constitutional development came in the form of Regulating Act of 1773. Regulating Act of 1773. Regulating Act of 1773. Full stop. Warren Hastings. Next point. Warren Hastings the governor of Bengal finally abolished the system in 1772. And subsequently Bengal became a part, or Bengal became a part of British colonialism. Also, you can understand subsequently in 1774, the Supreme Court was established for the first time. Supreme Court was established for the first time with its first Chief Justice, Eliza Impe. Very good. Imanshi, probably you have a question. Please ask. Is it something you can type or you have to talk? We have two raised hands, Sahil and Himanshi. Also, Pravir, I do not understand the protocol. You are wanting to ask me something? Acha, iPhone is also raising hand. Who is our moderator? Kritika. What do they mean? They want to talk to me?
Himanshi, you can unmute and ask your query. I have unmuted you.
सर आई हैव वन क्वेश्चन सर जो हिस्ट्री का प्री का और मेंस का सिलेबस है वो डिफरेंट है या सेम है
ये तो पता ही नहीं मुझे फर्स्ट क्लास ओरिएंटेशन में मुझे पता था उसके बाद मैं भूल गया देखो तो जरा यूट्यूब में ओरिएंटेशन क्लास मिलेगा
यस सर
है ना उसे नहीं देखना लेकिन कान और आंख दोनों बंद कर लेना तुम लोगों को एकदम परेशान हो गया मान्य आई एम वेरी ऑफेंडेड इस सवाल का जवाब मेरे पास कैसे होगा इज इट सफिशिएंट और नॉट आई एम गिविंग यू वेरी सिंपल एग्जांपल आई केम फ्रॉम कश्मीर so my older students probably will be knowing I've been working in Kashmir for some time now 5 students got selection I have the name and the all the details from Sambhavam there are 13 selections Manya what is the ideal question did I or anybody from the team give them the selection the answer is no the students themselves ensured their success as teachers who have no role whatsoever I can be the ladder for you I give my full effort. I believe in duty. I try to deliver the best, but can I possibly tell I am human enough to tell is it essential? I cannot lie to you on principle as I am your teacher. So these are certain questions there rather should not be asked. Do you also believe in your duty, your moral purpose? This is very much required for you as prospective civil servants. For a young mind, you are afraid, I understand. But it is a journey solely by yourself on your own. You ask me, you take my help, I am there in every step of yours. But selection, it is completely yours. Why do you think I had 300 students and only 5 of them got their selection? The 300 out of 300 should have been selected. So honestly, can I give you selection? No. Again, the entire vacancy, if I remember, about 220 or something like 250 probably. Then the world is unfair. So how can I possibly make it fair? Isn't it the moral question? Acha, Sahil is asking Fort William Court. Acha. Sir, did Nawab of Bengal had share in revenue? Shubham, the Nawab of Bengal had a share in revenue. See, let me get back to your question. Here, I hope you can see the board. Bengal administration, Nizamat. See, Bengal Nawab was given some maintenance fee. Here, let me write it down. For this purpose, he was given an annual pension, later reduced after 2 years. This money was reduced. That means basically what Nawab had was peanuts. He could not do anything with the money. So this is, somebody asked this question probably. This is your answer. Who was it? It was Shubham Raj. Shubham, did you understand? Acha, there is Asking where in Kashmir? Some organization. Dar is also from Kashmir. Acha, the name suggests. With which relation, Rohit, which relation Sirajuddaula and Mir Qasim were? After the Battle of Plassey and Battle of Buxar, can we say that these battles established Britishers as political powers as well as military power, respectively? Hardik, we can. Dar, it is Chanakya IAS Academy. But again, XYZ random institutions, we do not name them. That is the end of Bengal, right? We'll learn about the basically for the story of the autonomous states. That is Awadh and Hyderabad. For Awadh, please remember, the founder is Sadat Khan. Burhan ul Mulk. For Hyderabad, the founder is Chin Kulich Khan. Also known as Nizam ul Mulk. They are not important from the perspectives. We are trying to cut down these elements. Hyderabad, please remember, was the first state to sign subsidiary alliance treaty. What exactly is this? We'll learn with Lord Wellesley. And it was Nizam Ali who signed that. Please remember, Hyderabad survived as a princely state. By the way, annexation of Awadh was done under Wajid Ali Shah. Wajid Ali Shah. He was the last Nawab and was annexed by Dalhousie on charges of misgovernance. On charges of misgovernance. And also it happened in 1856. We'll deal with this chapter in Revolt of 1857. The revolt of 1857. Also, please remember, Hyderabad became a part of India, part of independent India in 1949. I'll share a handout today itself. Do read them. During the tenure of Usman Ali Khan. Osman or Usman? Hyderabad was known popularly as the cancer at the belly of India. It initially wanted to join East Pakistan, later remained independent. It created a lot of challenges. Finally, it became a part in 1949. We will deal with this chapter in a chapter called Integration of Princely States. Not today. It is a topic of post-independence India. An operation was launched, basically police action for the annexation of Hyderabad. This is known as Operation Polo. This is everything about it. I'll give you some more information. For example, regarding the tenure of Sadat Khan, some important rulers, maybe Safdar Jung, maybe Asaf ud Daula, right? I will give you some reading material. Read them, that will be an assignment. And trust me, this will be all. There is nothing beyond that you can do. That is humanly impossible. If you tell me to teach UPSC standard in the very initial day, you will face a lot of difficulty. Trust me, it is for your own good. We have a number of students who are facing a lot of difficulties in the initial days. We have to keep up the pace with all of you, right? Rest assured, you will benefit. That is all I can promise. And the rest is definitely your hope and your effort, right? Your preparation for the worst and you're hoping for the best. So that will be all. We will not be extending the class today. If you have any doubts, any queries, please do ask, or we'll wrap today's session up. Sneha, you have raised your hand. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Sir, I want to ask that is ancient and medieval history के लिए क्या new NCERT sufficient है या फिर old NCERT ही पढ़ना जरूरी है?
देखो बेटा, कुछ भी पढ़ना हो मैं मना करूंगा? व्हाट डू यू थिंक एज ए टीचर? मुझे मना करना चाहिए? नहीं ना, तो मैं मना नहीं करूंगा. लेकिन क्या होता है, यू हैव आल्सो अ टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट. मुश्किलें आती है. तो मेरे नोट्स में मैं ओल्ड एनसीईआरटी ऑलरेडी कवर करता हूँ, न्यू भी करता हूँ मैं. आई वांट यू टू हैव अ रीडिंग हैबिट, राइट? दैट इज व्हाई आई रेकमेंड दैट यू रीड द न्यू एनसीईआरटीज. So in this session, I have got the book for Krishna Reddy. I have found that a number of questions are also being asked from the book. I will, in this session, I'll give the crux of Krishna Reddy as well. We can only try, right? I'm putting the effort for you. If you are asking this question, it means that you're looking for a smart path. So read the new NCERTs. The rest of it I will cover. Focus on notes and your handouts, right? Suman, sir, why gentle treatment to Mughal emperor? They can throw him out of emperor's seat. It is not so easy. Mughal emperor still was one of the toughest power, and also the sentiment of the people remained with the Mughal emperor. That is why that was not the time that they could be strong upon the emperor. Understand, they were just a trading company and they could not overthrow. It was not the time back then, please remember. Right, what else? Let me have a look. Dar wants to talk to me probably. Dar, go ahead. Not anything regarding the name of the students or anything. Please talk to me.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir, I want to ask you for your mobile number, please.
Probably there is some policy regarding that. We will be in contact. Don't worry. We'll be in, but in the end of these days, you will have my contact. For now, you have to have me live. Don't worry. You will have your number. Don't worry. Ajay, Tony Cupid. What is it, Tony?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I have a question, sir. In Bengal administration, sir, if Nawab is failed to maintain law and order, then Diwani or Mughal Empire will get into matter, sir.
Once again, you want to ask what is exactly the question?
Good afternoon, sir. In Bengal administration, sir, as in this class, if Nizamat responsibility was given to Bengal Nawab, sir, if Bengal Nawab was failed to maintain the military responsibilities, then Mughal Empire will take care of it, or the British East Indian Company, sir.
Mughal is not at all in the picture, right? The Mughals, they are not in the picture. What will the Mughals be doing? The Bengal already was becoming autonomous, then was moving towards the path of independence. Mughals is not in the picture, right? Richmond, what is it? See again, a lot of messages cannot be dealt with. Richmond, what is it?
Mindset is shaped by today's ideas. Today there is a definition of a president. There are strict curriculum powers, limitations of prime minister. On this understanding of today, you have the propensity to ask what is the definition of an independent state. There is no standard definition. Historians have used these terms to explain some meaning, right? That means when I say independent states, I intend to say they are not associated with the Mughals anymore. Maybe there is a possibility they were associated before, or maybe there is not. The fact reality is, as we are discussing these states, they have no direct or indirect linkage with the Mughals. That is, I believe, the best way to define an independent state. Right? Mania, please show the last slide. I have, that is already there with you. We have discussed these topics. There is nothing to see here. Acha, Nayan, you have asked the questions. Social decay, deterioration of the previous order, and long spells of chaos and disorder are some of the main causes of decline of great Mughal Empire in India. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you, my students, kindly note the question down. I will structure it using 5 minutes. See, Nayan, once again, you see what is the key highlight. By the way, this is a very valid question and that can be asked in your paper. See, first component in the question. I am structuring the question. See how I see the question. Number one is social decay, social degradation, deterioration of previous order. I will simplify, and or decline of previous order. Then long spells of chaos and disorder. That means prolonged chaos and disorder. Disorder are some of the main causes of decline of the great Mughals. That means these are the key highlights I have to lead towards the decline of Mughals. While answering the question, that means causes or the platform behind the decline of the Mughals, you have to highlight social decay. That means you will talk about the existing order, position of women, caste, religion, superstitions, malpractices, etc. End or decline of previous order, you will talk about the death of Aurangzeb. As well as political plus administrative concerns or challenges, and prolonged chaos and disorder. You can talk about internal disturbances. Internal disturbances. You will talk about the peasant uprisings, peasant rebellions, and you can add the component of rise of regional powers, especially Marathas. Next is external attacks. External attacks. You can talk about the Persian invasion. You can talk about the Afghan invasion and also British attacks, that is Battle of Buxar. Along with that, I have explained these three elements. Along with that, you will write down about the other causes. You will write down about the other causes. Shall we move on? Sampada, what are the other causes? I myself forgot. I remembered that in our previous class. Today I forgot. Sir, are we not include? What? Should we not include? I just said other causes which will include whatever we have learnt in our class. Vandana is asking, sir, class ka timing. I have no clue, dear. Which Mughal emperor introduced Malguzari system? Not at all. It's a very vague question. I myself do not know. Was it asked in any previous year question paper for state PSCs? Unfortunately, I do not know the answer. Where did you find this question, Rahul? And what is the difference between Malguzari? There is not a valid question. Once again, why are you? First of all, you're young audience. You have to learn what is the right question or the wrong ones. Trust me, there is no fixed definition of Malguzari or Izaradari. You try to figure it out. I'm very sure that you will not find. Malguzari or Izaradari, they do not have any specific definition. YouTube lag raha hai mujhe. Bobby Mishra is saying, can I say Battle of Buxar was a war of circumstances? You can, but I do not know what you're thinking. अच्छा, ओरिएंटेशन हो गया ये सब का कि कैसे कम्युनिकेट करना है, क्या पूछना है, नहीं पूछना, ये सब क्लास हुआ है इनका? धीरे धीरे सीखेंगे. हाँ, see, we'll learn about the independent states. We'll deal with Mysore first. And while discussing Mysore, we'll be dealing with the Anglo-Mysore Wars. Jainam is saying, sir, side please, I did not write anything. See, for Mysore, it was under the Vijayanagara Empire. It was under the Vijayanagara Empire around 15th, 16th century. And later, and simultaneously, please write down, be attentive, later passed on towards, or later passed on to Wadiyar dynasty. Wadiyar dynasty. Later passed on to Wadiyar dynasty. Wodiyar. The state of Mysore that we are talking about, that was founded by Hyder Ali. Simultaneously practice how to write. It is a very conscious attempt. You have to be alert for the continuous period. This establishment was happening for 1761. Gradually, I will give lesser and lesser time. I have to cover a lot of syllabus within a given time. With your cooperation, I can make it successful. And also, basically, the state of Mysore will be ruled by Hyder Ali and his son and successor, Tipu Sultan. Tenure is 1782 to 1799. I am changing the slide. Please remember, Mysore was economically prosperous, and also had, it was economically prosperous because of agrarian resources, and also internal plus external trade, commerce. Their prime export were rice, sulfur, coconut, etc. Also, a number of ports were functional for Mysore. Mangalore, one of them, Modilabad and Bozidabad, they are the other two. A handout will help you. remember this information. I am changing the slide. The tenure of Hyder Ali is 1761 to 1782. He died during Second Anglo-Mysore War. We will jump forward to platform behind Anglo-Mysore Wars. Why am I discussing this topic? Because in mains there was a question last year that despite numerical majority, the Indian princes were often defeated by the British counterpart. Some of the clues will also be there in these causes or platform. Please remember, we are basically will be learning about the Anglo-Mysore Wars. There is the first Anglo-Mysore War. Fought between 1767 to 1769, followed by the Treaty of Madras. Next is Second Anglo-Mysore War. Fought between 1780 to 84, followed by the Treaty of Mangalore. Then there is third Anglo-Mysore War. That is 1790 and 92, followed by the Treaty of Sri Rangapattanam. Sri Rangapattanam. There is fourth Anglo-Mysore War happening in 1799. This is the last and final no treaty. Kindly write it down. We will proceed forward. Bapi, you can elaborate more that why do you want to portray it as a war of circumstances? Dar, he wants to ask something. Go ahead. Make it very quick. Can I, कोई उपाय है? Dar, go ahead. एक बार बेटा फिर से बताओ, मैं सुनाई नहीं दिया शुरू का पार्ट. कौन सा क्वेश्चन है वो फिर से बताओ तो. अच्छा, डिस्पाइट न्यूमेरिकल मेजॉरिटी. ठीक है. डोंट वरी दर एंड द रेस्ट ऑफ यू. आई विल स्ट्रक्चर दिस एंटायर क्वेश्चन इन द क्लास. डोंट वरी. I have to build up for that. I am just teaching you that only one or two elements from every part that are teaching will be there, a part of the main answer. Nobody will be asking what are the causes and outcome of the Anglo-Mysore wars. We will deal with that. Right now, I feel that it will become very dangerous. But that means you will not be probably understanding. The question was something like that the Europeans and comparison with the Indian princely states. Indian princely states had numerical majority, more arms, ammunitions and everything. Despite that, the British always defeated them. Why? So this was a question. It was paraphrased. Acha, Nayan, do you have the question? If you have the question, do post it. Or Tanmay or anyone else, if anybody present, older students, kindly post it for Dar and all the new students. Have a look. You are not ready now. I will answer it in time. Kapil is asking why all the wars fought in Mysore only. What? Kapil, why do you think all the wars were fought in Mysore? Mysore is not the city of Mysuru today. Mysore is a state. It's a place. It's a territory. We are dealing only with Mysore. So naturally British will be fighting with Mysuru, with Mysore. Ayush has posted, why did the armies, Dar and the rest of you, kindly go through with it. Deepa, Fourth War Treaty. I just said there was no treaty after that. Explain agrarian resources. Agrarian resources means agriculture, you produce tomato, very expensive, you sell it in the market, get a lot of money, that is agrarian resources. Or suppose you produce cotton or you produce indigo. Neha sir, please represent on map of Mysore. No, I won't. Use your imagination. It is not an interactive class like that. Please remember, UPSC is very serious business. It is not YouTube. You all have been misguided with these kind of ventures. Map is good, that is all right. There is no map whatsoever. If a map can be produced, it is wrong map. Map every year will be changing its shape. A map of 1760s will be very different from the map of 1790s. I cannot produce the map. I'll try to do it if you want me to. In the examination hall, you have to remember, you have to be technologically illiterate. That is the way you will be clearing the paper. The less you have to, in the examination hall, answer the questions using a pen and a paper. Practice accordingly. See if I actually help you out. What I can help you is in the north. There is the Marathas. This is the best I can do for you. Here is Madras. That is British occupancy. Here it is Northern Sarkar region. Again, unnecessarily I am wasting time. South of the Marathas, here is the Hyderabad and Nizam. Roughly here is the position of Mysore. Here there is Travancore, there is Mahe, Dutch settlements here and this. Write down about the wars. First, Anglo-Mysore War. Very briefly. Acha, by the way, we are learning about something else. We are learning about the causes or the platform behind Anglo-Mysore Wars. First point. Territorial ambitions. Territorial ambitions of Hyder Ali, which had direct confrontation with the ambitions of British. Next is, after successful military venture or military campaign in Bengal, I am referring to Battle of Plassey followed by the Battle of Buxar, comma, the British got interested in the far south. Next is, there was no unity. There was no unity between regional powers and they constantly fought each other. For political ambitions. For example, Marathas, Hyderabad, that is Nizam of Hyderabad, and Mysore. Next is, British took advantage of the political turmoil in the far south. If anybody leads the previous slides, you can ask. Gradually I will push you, be less forgiving, so that you learn. It is for your best interest, please remember that. Mania, that is very good. Anyone having any follow-up question? Whatever I have written, with the passage of time you will see these are more important rather than the unnecessary political details. Gagan is saying Francophile policy also. I have no clue what Francophile policy is. The first point, territorial ambition of Hyder Ali. Hyder Ali wanted to increase his territory in the far south. Both are trying to increase. If I make you explain, for example, Acha Wasim, is it the first point who is also saying? Turmoil means ruckus, that means revolution, a kind of a conflict, right? Territorial ambition of Hyder Ali. For example, I have written the map, I don't. For example, British was present in Madras, that is the coastal region, and they were wanting to expand from Madras. For example, again, micro details, they will manage a treaty with the Nizam of Hyderabad. They will show Hyderabad that you have threats from Mysore. You give us Northern Sarkar region. Again, these points, trust me, neither of you remembers nor it is wise to share. I will share a handout, you read it, it is self-explanatory. That means what? He is also trying to expand his territory. On the other hand, Hyder Ali is also trying to expand. If both the territories are expanding, they will engage with each other. So that will lead to a conflict, tension, right? Gagan says French, Badr, Acha. That means Francophile. Very interesting, very good. That can be a very important point. I will definitely encourage. I will write it down. The foreign factor was also encouraging. Very good, Mr. Gagan. It is worth putting in the answer. French Association, or for that matter Francophile. I do not know whether it is used by any historian or not, but it is valid. The French Association with Mysore. Also a leading cause behind Anglo-Mysore conflicts. If I explain this point, maybe again there is a possibility this has a lot of validation. That means a lot of war was happening because of international causes rather than domestic ones. This can be an observation of your mains. For example, it was primarily the association of Tipu Sultan with French. Hyder Ali also found the French to be more useful. That means I will write Hyder Ali made commercial contacts. I am explaining just the point. I found it very intelligent. Hyder Ali made commercial contact with let me remove it. Made commercial contact with French. Also import of arms and ammunitions. They basically did so through the port of Mahe in the west coast. Next is Tipu Sultan was a member of the French Jacobin Club. It is very important. Jacobins during French Revolution will try to connect it. Also, he was associated. Tipu Sultan planted the tree of liberty, symbolic of course, at Sri Rangapattanam. If I explain the point of Gagan further, it is very intelligent once again. These are the ideas that is to be encouraged, that is worthwhile, so that everybody grows together. Trust me, it is a very important point. One of these days, UPSC can pay attention. That the causes behind the British territorial ambitions was more international than local. They got their clues and ideas from the foreigners, from within. That means the French conflict with the English taught them about their political ambitions in India. It is a valid question. Also, Mysore was a strategic location that means a potential threat for the British settlements in India, for the British settlements in India. This is why also the Anglo-Mysore wars happened. Kindly write it down. Shall we begin? Shall we proceed forward? Basically, I will briefly explain. Try to pay attention and scribble. I am not going to dictate, thereby saving some time. Avanish, the last line. What is it, dear? Mysore was a strategic location. If you look at the map, they are very near to the Madras, that is the British settlement. Through Mysore, the British can come to India and have a stronghold, thereby directly threatening the interest of the British. Naturally, it is going to be a point of concern, right? Tomorrow, why India is concerned about the Chinese presence in Hambantota, Sri Lanka, or the Chinese presence in Pakistan. I hope you can connect the dots. Right, Ashwin? Avanish? Acha, not Ashwin, Avanish. I have written potential threat for the British settlements in India. By looking at the map, you can realize. Fine. First Anglo-Mysore War. You relax and try to connect the dots. Already you can understand there is Madras here. Mysore is gradually expanding. That means it is creating pressure in the neighborhood. There is only one power which can reside. Thereby it will exert pressure. Naturally it is exerting pressure on the neighborhood. Who was in the neighborhood? Hyderabad, right? Now Hyderabad fears the Mysorean territory. Here is the presence of the British. British wants to take advantage and they agree that give us this territory as well. That means it is very important for you to connect that they are fighting each other and the British is taking advantage for these events that is unfolding. So here Hyder Ali was also having conflict with Arcot. Nearby region, of course. I cannot point it in the map, unfortunately. I do not have the space or I have lack of knowledge exactly the position of Arcot. In today's far south, Tamil Nadu. Hyder Ali is pressurizing Arcot. All of a sudden, British would want to change the scenario. He would want to, Hyder Ali will try to change his strategy. British is present here in Madras, Hyder Ali also expanding towards that. All of a sudden, Hyder Ali will start attacking British and catch the British off guard. This is the scenario. You should not be going into too much of details. What is happening? Hyder Ali, that is Mysore, fighting another territory, and that the war is leading nowhere. So he will change the strategy and attack the British. That means reach the gate of Madras and catch them off guard. That's it. And immediately the war will start 1767 and 69. It was rather humiliating for Madras. That means, see, for the British, they have different branches. They have the Bombay British, they have the Calcutta British, they have the Madras British. Which branch is the strongest? Calcutta British. Naturally, they will be caught off guard and a treaty will be signed, that is the Treaty of Madras. Naturally, Hyder Ali had defeated British or caught them off guard in Madras, the Treaty of Madras, that's it. What is the treaty? Not important. One clause is important, that is defensive and offensive alliance. Defensive and offensive alliance. What is defensive and offensive alliance? Defensive, that means if you are attacked, it is signed between A and B. Right? If you are attacked from C, B will be helping you out. That is defensive attack. What is offensive attack? If tomorrow A decides to attack C, B has to offer help in attacking C. That is defensive and offensive alliance. Whenever you listen to, hear a word, try to Google it up. Try to structure a sentence and gradually it will also be a part of your vocabulary. Trust me, by reading newspapers, by listening to lectures, whenever you will encounter such words, it is difficult in the beginning. With the passage of time, it will become easy. And trust me, it is for the greater good for your paper. When you work on your expressions, your writing becomes more precise and direct, right? Right? That is defensive and offensive. Why am I saying so? Because the British breached the agreement. How did the British breach the agreement? In 1775. Please remember, Mysore was attacked by Marathas. So as per the agreement, the British should have helped. Here, the British offered no help to the Mysore or to Mysore. British offered no help to Mysore. Right? Right? Now there was no help. So naturally, what will happen subsequently? Hyder Ali found French more useful, and thereby depended on them for the requirement of commerce, trade and commerce, as well as import of horses plus arms and ammunitions. When the moment Hyder Ali went to the French, it directly triggered the British. Now they are concerned. They do not want that. Naturally, the commerce was happening through the port of Mahe. Mahe was not the sovereign territory of Mysore. The British attacked and captured Mahe to cut down the supply to Mysore. That means directly challenging the authority of Mysore. You can connect the dot. The commerce was happening through the port of Mahe. The next course of event was British attacked and captured Mahe. This was a direct challenge to the authority of Hyder Ali. That triggered the Second Anglo-Mysore War. Write it in your own words. Right? This is the reason of Second Anglo-Mysore War. Second Anglo-Mysore War, that is 1780 to 84. In the middle, Hyder Ali died. (1782) of natural causes. He died of cancer basically. And Tipu Sultan took over the leadership. Was Tipu Sultan the son of Hyder Ali? Sania, I will talk to Hyder Ali today. I'll take some samples and run the DNA test. By tomorrow in the class we will have the report. Zahid is asking, sir, Mysore was attacked by the Marathas in 1771. Yes, not in 1770. Yes, very true. Not in 1775. Acha, I wrote 1775. Acha, it is 1771. What did I write? Let me see. Did I make a mistake? 1775 is begin. Acha, very true. Thank you. 1775 is the beginning of First Anglo-Maratha War. Very true. Right. And finally, Tipu Sultan signed the Treaty of Mangalore to end the war. We'll discuss the Third Anglo-Mysore War. (1790 to 92). Acha, Mushtaq is saying British was afraid of the modernization of Mysore army. Fine. Sir, exam causes and effects asked. Only that is asked. Whatever I am teaching, just to make you feel comfortable. Initially, you're young people. Again, 71, 75, nobody cares. Sir, you said that in 1771 the British didn't help Mysore, all right? So was there any agreement of defensive and offensive alliance between them before the Treaty of Madras? I do not know, and also I do not understand the question. And I must tell you, it is not at all important. Balram is asking reason for Anglo-Mysore War. All right, do you want me to tell? See, to understand, you have to understand the component for the same. There are a few stakeholders. There is the British. It's a bit complex. Again, required for optionals. That is East India Company. Who was the leader here? Lord Cornwallis. For the side of Mysore. It was Tipu. And there is the component, that is Travancore. Right? The fourth component I just forgot. The fourth component is the territory of Jalkotal and Kannanur will be taken away. Cochin state. Very good. What will happen is that Cochin was considered to be a vassal state of Mysore. Travancore was under British protectorate. Here in Cochin state, there were certain Dutch settlements. That is Jalkotal and Kannanur. Please remember, for UPSC, only Jalkotal and Kannanur are important. You need to remember their Dutch settlements. These two settlements were inside the territory of Cochin, and these two territories will be given or purchased by Travancore. See, Mysore thought that, or Mysore was the opinion that anything happening with Cochin, they have a direct involvement. Naturally, just because Travancore was a friend of British, in a very simple terms, try to understand. Just because Travancore was a friend of British, this purchase was not accepted. But Travancore did it they were Dutch settlements, they had the liberty to do it, but they were under the sovereign territory of Cochin. Let me zoom out. You can understand Mysore did not approve of this purchase from Travancore. That is as simple as that. And war started. Basically, Mysore waged a war against Travancore. And Travancore was under British protectorate. Under British protectorate. So attack on Travancore immediately engaged British directly with Mysore. That is the third Carnatic War. Nandini is asking, sir, that's important to remember the governors in which who were there. Yes. Again, micro details, to some extent they are important. Why Cornwallis is important? It is very important. It is worth remembering. Please understand, there was, if I explain this story, there was the American War of Independence. American War of Independence. It is an important international historical milestone that happened in 1770s. America declared independence in 4th of July 1776. Cornwallis was the British representative who fought there and was defeated. Cornwallis after that was appointed in India. And with the experiences of failure he gained in America, was implemented here, and he will emerge victorious in the third Anglo-Mysore War. That is why it is important, and UPSC can ask this. Now, immediately the war unfolded. There was the third Anglo-Mysore War. Always remember, British tried to carefully play different conflicting parties. For example, British took the help of Marathas and Nizam to defeat Mysore. And finally, the Treaty of Srirangapatnam was signed. Treaty of Sri Rangapatnam was signed. Treaty of Srirangapatnam that ended the Third Anglo-Mysore War, and that basically was the main reason why Mysorean territory was losing its significance. That is actually the true end of Mysore. It will survive only to last till another 7 years, and 1799 end of it. For the Fourth Anglo-Mysore War, of 1799, it was during Wellesley. Governor General was Wellesley. What will happen is that there was the impending threat from Mysore. Sorry, impending threat from France. What am I writing? France under Napoleon Bonaparte. Under Napoleon Bonaparte. It is also worth remembering that Wellesley also sent Indian troops to Egypt to fight against Napoleon. This is also an important fact I'd like to share. Please remember that. Imagine what is the speciality of France. France is a part of continental Europe. Try to exactly understand what I'm talking about. Continental Europe. Britain is not a part of continental Europe. It is separated by the English Channel. Also, what is the expertise, the strength of France? It is land-based military attack. They were getting more and more strong. What is the strength of Britain? Maritime attack. Maritime forces. That means sea-based attack, seaborne attack. That means anybody wants to attack from the side of the sea. They cannot be successful because of British dominance. When it comes to land-based inland attack, the France enjoyed upper hand. Thereby, India's northwest always remained vulnerable. You can understand France could come to West Asia and enter India from the northwest, and the British could have done nothing about it. When it comes to a maritime attack, the British had an upper hand, but enemy right across your neighborhood who is getting closer to France was not something desired by British. Thereby, they forced Wellesley Tipu to break ties with French and sign subsidiary alliance treaty. Subsidiary alliance treaty. Naturally, Tipu refused leading to Fourth Anglo-Mysore War. This was the last and final battle leading to end of Tipu Sultan. Kindly write it down in your own words. Here I will explain subsidiary alliance as well after I end the chapter. Kindly scribble along the way. Of Tipu in 1999. That would have been horrifying. Did I write 1999? It should be 1799. Anand is asking, sir, if French were so much powerful, then why not capture whole of India like British? That is an interesting question. We'll answer it in due time. Now, what happened to Mysore? What happened to the territory of Mysore? Please remember, Mysore was coming to an end. Basically, British will argue that Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan were not the legitimate rulers of Mysore, and it was the Wadiyar dynasty who were the true rulers of Mysore. They simply will restore the Wadiyar dynasty under young Prince Krishna. And Krishna was just a puppet, young kid. And you remember, Mysore entered subsidiary alliance. Right. Neha is asking role of Arcot in this war. All right. Sunita, subsidiary alliance was signed with other dynasty that ruled after Tipu's death. All right. Munathar, my old students writing, yeah. Why? British handed Mysore to Wadiyar dynasty. All right. So that is it. This is the end of the topic. I will explain subsidiary alliance. Pay attention. Who is the key architect? Chief architect was Lord Wellesley. What was the purpose or intention? Maintenance of standing army for British. Maintenance of standing army for the British East India Company. This is the purpose. Neha is asking last slide. I did not write anything. Wadiyar dynasty under King Krishna or Krishna the Third. Fourth war. I'll explain. I will once again connect the dots. No problem. Maintenance of standing army for the British East India Company. Please understand, it is a trading company. Naturally, it does not have a force of its own, no army of its own. That means it depended on the British army. Gradually, it had to protect its own interest. सर इसका क्वेश्चन भी आया था प्रीलिम्स में पर्पस ऑफ सब. अच्छा, we generally try to predict these lines as well. You will be able to solve the previous year's question papers as well with the notes that is designed on these lines. Right? Aman is saying Krishna Rajan 3. I do not know these elaborate names. Again, they did not have, they were a trading company, so naturally they were not having a standing army of their own. And because of the immediate threat, the threat of Napoleon pushed forward or pushed for the policy of subsidiary alliance. Already I have discussed, India had the chances of attack from northwest, thereby the British settlements needed to be protected, a number of other areas. And for this purpose, they finally decided they will go for subsidiary alliance. How did they manage it? Please remember, there was already conflicting interest. Conflicting interest between Indian princes. This is another clue for the answer that we dealt with in the morning. And the British took advantage of this. As two parties are fighting each other, British offered protection. In the name of protection, they were protecting themselves. That is another point worth understanding. What is the subsidiary alliance? They will convince the princely states that you will maintain our forces. In exchange, we will offer protection. That is basically what subsidiary alliance is. But the Indian princes will think that they are being protected by the British, but the British will be protecting themselves from other foreign powers, here the French. That is subsidiary alliance treaty. Understood? Any follow-up questions? What are the conditions of subsidiary alliance treaty? Number one, signatory states agreed for maintaining British troops artillery and artillery men. For this purpose, gave away territory. This territory generated income. for the maintenance. Next is installed a British resident to look into affairs of the princely state. These are the general conditions for the subsidiary alliance. Kapil, once again regarding the treaty, what exactly do you need to hear? Precisely type it so that there is, I understand where you lag. There is the fear of Napoleon's attack. Now every time you cannot ask the British for the support of army. It needs to a lot of paperwork, support, all these things. And also maintaining the army is very much economically unviable. पैसे चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए? Maintaining an army is very much bleeding for a trading company. So they devised that tool. Why not take the money of the Indian princes to maintain our own army? That is subsidiary alliance. Pushkar, whose army were they if they were not British? What? Sir, subsidiary alliance once again. All right, subsidiary alliance. Right, follow the video lectures once again. I have explained it twice. Jan, whose army were they if they were not British? I just said, Ayush. Suppose the British, they want to maintain their army. Their cost has to be taken care of, right? You have to pay salary for modernization, arms, ammunitions. You need the money. And you make a treaty with the Indian prince. And the prince is indirectly taking care of your expense. That is subsidiary alliance. There is nothing much to understand. Gradually you will see the British East India Company will start maintaining its own standing army. Previously they depended on the British army. You're not getting it. British East India Company is a trading company. Do you see Tatas carrying their own army? No, right? Birlas and the Ambanis did not have their own army. That's it. We'll deal with the next topic. We'll deal with the Marathas. Again, about the Marathas, we will discuss mostly in medieval India. What you need to learn here is the rise of Marathas, issues and challenges, and Anglo-Maratha wars. Please remember, who were the Marathas? Marathas were an agrarian community. Agrarian community from Vidarbha region of Maharashtra. Their occupation agriculture, also loot and plunder of nearby regions. During lean seasons. Vidarbha region, you can understand, climatologically speaking, it has scanty rainfall. It is not economically viable. Naturally, they could only grow coarse grains, food crops, and it was not commercially viable. They were very poor. But soon there will be some reasons that will lead to the rise of the Marathas. I will discuss it. It can be a question for your mains, by the way. Chances are low, of course. Causes behind rise of Marathas. Number one, political consolidation. Under Maratha Bhakti tradition, religion played a critical role. Political consolidation under Maratha Bhakti tradition. This is basically leaders such as Namdev, early leaders, Ekanath and Tukaram contributed to Maratha Bhakti tradition. This gave them a reason to consolidate, become powerful. Next is access to the Konkan coast. Access to the Konkan coast changed the fate of Marathas. Konkan coast is defined as the narrow strip of land between Western Ghats and the Arabian Sea, stretched from roughly Bombay and Goa. Konkan coast, the importance lies in the fact that it is rich in agrarian resources. Naturally, you can find out that it is very fertile because of massive rainfall. And of course, booming trade and commerce. By the way, the Marathas rose after the end of the Deccani Sultanate because of experiments of the Mughals. That is happening in medieval India. I am not going to deal with that here. Trade and commerce plus import of horses and arms. Next is leadership of Shivaji. He was from the Bhosle clan, please remember. There are important military camps, tribal entities, multiple of them. Scindias, Holkars, Gaikwads, very powerful among them. Shambhaji, Shivaji, Sahuji, these were the important characters that pushed the Marathas to the top. Also geopolitical disturbance in the Deccan, basically due to Mughal campaigns. Also battle strategy of the Marathas. We are referring to the guerrilla warfare. Yogesh is writing Ganimi Kawa. What is this? Maybe some Vapi, to meet the financial loss caused by the Napoleon attack, the British led the expansionist policy and invaded Maratha Empire. Not true. To acquire Bombay coast due to rise in company's cotton trade, which led to the conflict between Marathas and the British. Also not true. Where are you finding these information? Satish, he from Bhosle Parivar. Acha. So my days in Nagpur. Acha. Ganimi Kawa is the fighting style of the Marathas. Acha. Deshmukhs, yes. Acha, guerrilla warfare is known as Ganimi Kawa. Brilliant, brilliant. I did not know that. Brilliant. I learned something. Ganimi Kawa. I thought that, typical moving blade, flexible blade. That is the technique. They inflicted heavy damage and broke the morale of the Mughals. And also guerrilla warfare was particularly successful because the Marathas were knowing about the local terrains, the ravine lands. Gagan is saying that same Frankville, to an extent, not as prominent as the Marathas, but I will encourage. There is some affiliation with the French, especially what Nana Fadnavis showed. It's a small clause, but yes, I will encourage. Shall we move on? Then, the Maratha ascendancy, how it works. Marathas extended everywhere. The Marathas were very powerful and they were an indomitable force. They started attacking Bengal, Odisha. Bengal consisted of the entire territory basically. It consisted of portions of eastern UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha and so on. Also you will find, go to Bengal and portions of Odisha. The Marathas are there in the folklores, in the lullabies. For example, they are referred to as the Burghis. They try to make their children sleep, something like Gabbar. That if the Burghis come, the sparrows have eaten all the grain. Then what to feed if the Burghis come for their share of revenue? You can remember Ali Vardi Khan was tired of the Maratha plunder. Marathas were also going to the northwest, Punjab. They were resisted, of course. Ali Vardi Khan stopped the Maratha invasion in Bengal by a treaty in 1751. He gave away Bengal. He gave away Odisha and also agreed to pay Chauth. Basically, there are two taxes, Chauth and Sardeshmukhi. This is 1/4 of the revenue and 1/10 of the revenue, additional levy. these revenues were on non-Maratha territories. Basically, these territories were under Maratha protection, and they have to give that share of revenue so that the Marathas do not attack and slaughter everything. Again, they also were a dominant force in the center. They were soon entering the politics of Delhi. But here they will face a challenge, especially in the form of third Battle of Panipat. Also, it is worth remembering that the Marathas had defeated the Portuguese in 1739. They had defeated and taken away the region of Salsette and Basin. They had taken away the regions such as Salsette and Basin in 1739. Now, Zahid is asking, in search of a united India, the Marathas led their own downfall. The entire project of Maratha project had either become stalled or reversed. Comment. It's a question for your optional, of course, Zahid. Again, the ideas of Maratha ascendancy. You have to prepare the base. How they gradually started to expand. Here, there is a critical examination for this statement as well. The Marathas were primarily dependent on the revenue generation, income. Their administrative mechanisms were makeshift. They did not give a profound thought behind the same. In their core territories, of course, they had improvised. They had adopted the model of Deccani Sultanate and also certain Mughal practices. But in most of the cases, it was makeshift and often for the purpose of generating revenue. So rather, the statement that unification of India as such, it was mostly an outcome of nationalist school of historiography. So these are certain critical examinations. Work on that. Manjinder, you're saying, pardon, which part? I'll return back. There is the Alivardi Khan, and he signed the 1751 treaty with the Marathas. But third Battle of Panipat. The third Battle of Panipat was disastrous for the impact of Marathas. It is said that every able-bodied member, one from every family, were slaughtered. Acha, Manjinder is saying Salsette and Basin. Acha, Salsette and Basin were annexed. That means Marathas had defeated the Portuguese as early as 1739 and took control of Salsette and Basin. That is what I have said. These territories from the Marathas will go to the hands of the British very soon. See, 1761, after that, the Marathas concentrated more on their own area of influence. Concentrated more on their area of influence. That means they thought that the prime reason they were defeated, there were treachery, deceit, that is a completely different issue. 1775 to 1782. With the end, there was the Treaty of Salbai. Next, there is the second Anglo-Maratha War of 1803-06. Followed by multiple treaties, multiple subsidiary alliances. Subsidiary alliances. For example, Treaty of Deogaon. Treaty of Deogaon. Treaty of Surji Anjangaon. And Treaty of Rajpur Ghat. Finally, the third Anglo-Maratha War. That is 1817 to 19. There is no treaty and the annexation of the Maratha territory or disintegration of Maratha Confederacy. Lenovo, Treaty of Rajpur, whom not important, I am not going to discuss. I am trying to give you less information, not go beyond it. You can follow Spectrum, you will get detailed analysis. All the unnecessary details you will find it in Spectrum. Dipesh, sir, in war, if the opponent lose, then why end it with treaty rather than destroying completely, taking over? Because it is not the complete annihilation of the enemy. Complete annihilation happened in Third Anglo-Maratha War. There were still fight left. The British could not carry forward the complete disintegration. Kunal, sir, new edition needed or else old edition? Acha. You read, I do not know what edition you have. Get any edition, there it is available in every book. Spectrum is available free of cost over the internet. What was the Treaty of Salbai? It is a treaty. I am not blocking the board, am I? No. Again, all of you all, majority of you are interested in absolute garbage. I must be very honest with you. You are worrying with something that has no possibility of being asked in paper. The alignment of your mind, you are seeing random videos over the YouTube. I was just talking about what is it that is going wrong. You are watching random videos and finding unnecessary interesting content which has nothing to do with UPSC. Einman, Galot, the handouts I'll be giving, you can print them out, you can remember it. I recommend making notes. You will make more productivity. When will I be sending handouts? Today or very soon? When we will discuss PYQs? We are gradually discussing PYQs. And you can also post them online. Saying, I definitely would not have thrown you out. It is a constant process. We both learn. The Third Anglo-Mysore War. We will learn about the nature and the character of the in Third Battle of Panipat. Handouts or telegram? Handout. It will be there in the application. It will be available in the application. See, No more comments. Lecture is enough for history because I don't want to run behind unnecessary content. It is going to be enough. We'll learn about the characteristics or nature of Anglo-Maratha conflicts. First point, disputes arising for the position of Peshwa that is dynastic political dispute. Next is different Maratha tribes fought for power/authority. Next is Bombay British wanted a revenue model, that means a source of income similar to the model of Bengal. Please note that Diwani rights were already signed and they were making a lot of income. Also, British wanted to take advantage the British wanted to take advantage of the confusion within Marathas. Also, the point probably Gagan, if I remember it right, had said the affiliation with the French also played a role, but only during the first Anglo-Maratha war, and to an extent during the second as well. That is all. It needs a lot of conceptual clarity. You have to relax and understand. Kindly write it down. We will be proceeding forward. Done. Very good. The first Anglo-Maratha war. First, there is a tree very vaguely I want you to remember. There is Madhav Rao, Peshwa Madhav Rao. Right? His son was Narayan Rao. And Narayan Rao's son was again Madhav Rao or Madhav Rao Narayan. Madhav Rao had a brother, that is Raghunath Rao. You understand blood relations probably. Raghunath Rao had a son, that is Baji Rao the second. Entire problem is with this tree. They are all Peshwas, or they will. Okay, what is it? Please slow down pace, sir. Cha. Madhav Rao was the Peshwa who died. Naturally, the successorship was supposed to go to Narayan Rao, his son. That is how successorship works. But Raghunath Rao was the brother. He wanted to taste power. He will kill Narayan Rao as well. Yogesh is much faster. Narayan Rao was killed by Raghunath Rao. But again, here the Maratha chiefs were playing a dominant role. The Maratha chiefs, basically 12 powerful chiefs, they are known as Bada Bhais. And it was led by Nana Fadnavis. They decided that he was about to be born. That means he was the posthumous child back then. They decided that it does not matter, he is dead. The unborn child will become the next Peshwa. Raghunath Rao went nuts. He lost his temper and went to the British for help and signed the Treaty of Surat. Treaty of Surat in 1775 with the British. Raghunath Rao signed the Treaty of Surat with the British for their support. This triggered the first Anglo-Mysore War. In bullet points, I'll dictate 2-3 points, write down. Raghunath Rao, with the ambition of becoming next Peshwa, signed the Treaty of Surat in 1775 with the British. Next point, the treaty was insulting. The treaty was insulting to the proud Marathas. The treaty was insulting to the proud Marathas, which triggered the First Anglo-Maratha War. First Anglo-Maratha War. 1775 to 82. Please remember, the Marathas were very powerful and they also managed to defeat the British at various places. Why? Because the British were fighting multiple battles at that point. This period coincided with two events. Coincided with one, American War of Independence, and two, Second Anglo-Maratha War, Second Anglo-Mysore War. Of 1780-84. See, both these events are coinciding. The Marathas were not enjoying the advantage. Sorry, Marathas were inflicting heavy damage upon the British because the British were fighting multifaceted, multi-pronged war. They were fighting abroad. They are also fighting in India. Thereby the army is distributed, right? Thereby the Marathas will be able to defeat them. Also, the unity of the Marathas, Maratha tribes, is more visible in the first Anglo-Maratha War. Also, you can understand they were fighting the battle in their own field now, own ground, not in Delhi, not anywhere else. Thereby, they will enjoy an upper hand. Interestingly, a contingent of Bengal army will reach. A contingent of Bengal army will reach, and the position of British will improve, and finally a treaty will sign. That is the Treaty of Salbai. Again, I am not going to waste time. There are multiple territories that will be taken away by the British. Here is the French factor. For example, remember this case that already the platform is 1770s. For the British East India Company, there were two branches. One is the Bombay British and the other one is Calcutta British. Calcutta British is much powerful, much more powerful, and they will guide that do not engage into a war. Regarding the Treaty of Surat, I am talking about. Calcutta said precisely that we cannot afford a war, do not go there. But Bombay British will sign the Treaty of Surat, nonetheless, in 1775. Immediately, the Treaty of Surat is signed between Raghunath Rao and the British, that is Bombay British. Treaty of Surat signed between Raghunath Rao and Bombay British. Immediately, Nana Fadnavis will approach the French for help. And when the French factor will come in, Bombay British and Calcutta British will join hands. Sneha, this time regulating act, very interesting. Absolutely right. The power of Calcutta British will be more right after the regulating act of 1773. I did not think that I should have discussed these points. Maybe students face a lot of problems in connecting. That is precisely because of developments after regulating act of 1773. Brilliant. Now, Treaty of Salbai signed the end of First Anglo-Maratha War. British will remember. See, British will remember not to engage with the Marathas. Now you will see a moratorium, a peaceful time that will last about 2 decades. First Anglo-Maratha War will last till 1782. Second Maratha War, Anglo-Maratha War, will be starting by 1803-06. See, I'll give you certain clarity. Second Anglo-Maratha War, 1803-06. By this time, you can definitely remember end of Mysore. Right after the end of Mysore, they will engage 1799. 4 years later, they are engaging once again with the Marathas. Now, what is the story? Let us come back. Madhav Rao Narayan was a young kid who had jumped out of the terrace and also committed suicide. Imagine the entire tree is absent now. Madhav Rao gone, Narayan Rao killed, Madhav Rao committed suicide. Who is left? Son of Raghunath Rao, that is Vajirao II. 1795, he will become the Peshwa. Became Peshwa. And again, his primary job was to assert dominance, pick up fight. The one balancing factor was Nana Fadnavis. He also died by the beginning of 19th century. That means there is no checks and balance for the character of Vajirao II. Vajirao will start killing, starting internal conflict, get engaged with conflict with the Holkars. You know, the issue of Bidhuji Maharaj, again, these details are not required. When the Holkars will attack Vajirao, Vajirao ran towards British for help and signed the Treaty of Basin. Just 2 lines, write down, you will have a clarity. Write down. Raghunath Rao's incompetent son, Raghunath Rao's incompetent son, Bajirao II, became the next Peshwa. Became the next Peshwa. After Madhav Rao Narayan committed suicide. After Madhav Rao Narayan committed suicide. After Madhav Rao Narayan committed suicide. Full stop. Bajirao II got involved in internal disputes with the Maratha tribes, especially the Holkars, with the Maratha tribes. Full stop. When situations went out of hand, he went to the British for help. And signed the Treaty of Basin. In 1802. Full stop. Once again, once again, the humiliating Treaty of Basin, triggered the proud Marathas, and the Second Anglo-Maratha War started. Treaty of Basin was the fundamental factor why the Marathas weakened. Please remember, Treaty of Basin was signed between the Peshwa. He was holding the position of Peshwa and the British East India Company. And this was the reason enough why the British East India Company will win the Second Anglo-Maratha War and inflict heavy damage. See, what is Treaty of Peshwa? Naturally, because of the Treaty of Basin, access to Pune. If you are from Pune or have a general idea about Pune, today because of construction activities, the hills have been cut off. It is a strategic location. Penetrating Pune, it is next to impossible. Pune can attack but cannot be attacked, surrounded by hills. Right, Ifat is hiring, Anjali is answered. All right. Have these kind of coordination with among yourself. Very good. Access to Pune. Second is control over Surat. Surat is a port city and also it was a strategic location. Now military mobilization can also happen through Surat. British already had a maritime superiority. The access to Surat led to mobilization of armed resources. Also, the subsidiary treaty by which British troops were being maintained by the resources of Peshwa. It naturally means previously it was war between British resources versus Maratha resources. After the Treaty of Basin, it became fight between Maratha resources and Maratha resources. The Maratha resources previously were unitedly used against British. Now the British were using the Maratha resources to fight against the Marathas. Outcome is multiple subsidiary alliance treaties signed with all the other tribes. For example, the Treaty of Rajpur Ghat, the Treaty of Devgaon, and the Treaty of Surji Anjangaon, or Rajpur Ghat, Devgaon and Surji Anjangaon, right? We'll learn about the Third Anglo-Maratha War. (1817 to 19). What are the causes? One is increased law and order challenges. from Pindaris. Second point is British commercial interest in British commercial interest in Bombay region or Maratha Confederacy. Finally, interference of British resident in the affairs of Peshwa. आशुतोष ऊपर से जा रहा है सर, 2 से 3rd वार हाउ? एक लड़ाई के बाद ही ना दूसरा लड़ाई होगा. हाउ? तलवार से. They use swords, some cases guns. They used to spit each other. Verbal abuse. How do you think war happens? Bajirao was in favor of British. Why Second World War? Third War. I just wrote all the points. बोलता है ऊपर से जा रहा है, खड़े हो जाओ, ऊपर से नहीं जाएगा फिर. जाने मत दो. कौन है ये लड़का? ये लिविंग द क्लास मुझे धमकी दे रहा है क्या? Right. Now understand, these are the, I hope you have written the point. Let us understand the story. See, the third Anglo-Maratha War. The economic condition of the British changed. Ashutosh, I sincerely believe that if you have these kind of approach, you should quit the career. I should not be, strict in this approach, that if you have the idea of quitting, of leaving, you should leave right away. There is no point in continuing. So unfortunately, I should not be like this. But if this is the approach, then you should quit right away. It is not for you to take the classes for civil services. But if you ask me, there is help. But if you have this approach, then, this is the idea of Confucius. The moment you feel like defeating, or the moment you feel like losing, is the moment you are lost. Ashutosh, you have already surrendered. There is no point beyond. If you change the approach, today you leave the class and come tomorrow with a fresh mindset. If you have that, you will learn, I promise you. Life is not easy. Right now you have been taken care of by your parents. You do not know what it takes to fight for your rights. You're just a kid who wants to complain and cry for what you want. Life is not fair. In the UPSC examination hall, you cannot threaten the UPSC members that you quit and you are not going to become an IAS officer anymore. Nobody will care you join or not. These kind of guidelines are very essential for these kids. They are young people, either they are taken care of by their parents. You cry to your mother, you will be given food. For UPSC, you start crying, there is no help. Make sure you're on the same page. It is too much of a charity in this world. You can cry to your parents and you will be getting a new cycle and maybe different item for breakfast. For UPSC, you start crying and rolling and shouting. Nobody will care, shed one drop of tear for you. So make sure you are there. And it does not matter for me. I have given my blood and sweat for my students. So I know what you need and I do not care whether you stay or leave. I would want it that you stay and take the lesson. But it is of very less importance for me. Do not push me there. Right? You should be there as well. Now, for mood kharab kar deta hai. See, this is the atmosphere of, you have to understand the context of the international context. You have to understand it from the platform of Charter Act of 1813. Why Charter Act of 1813? Please remember, under the Charter, it's a constitutional provision. Under the Charter Act of 1813, it was decided that the British monopoly in trade, ended. British monopoly in trade ended, except for trade in tea and with China. Why this particular provision was initiated? It was because of an international context, that is Napoleon's continental system. Napoleon's continental system. These constant remarks, I feel like you will not be understanding, and let me make it very basic. I'll start with, A for apple and B for baba black sheep. I will write rhymes. I myself am scared whether I should be writing it or not. I'll dilute, keep on diluting and make it a childlike enterprise. If you push me that, you're not getting it, I will ensure that you get it. But in UPSC, you will be shocked. Napoleon's continental system. What is Napoleon's continental system? It was a kind of trading monopoly. Imposed by France. On commerce in Europe. Napoleon, by means of continental system, directed that there should be a trading monopoly. That means whosoever wants to do trade in Europe has to take the permission from France. This led to decline of commercial activities, of Britain in Europe. Napoleon targeted basically Britain, thereby their own commerce declined in Europe. Naturally, you can understand, I'll be changing the slide. East India Company had a trading monopoly. This monopoly was given under the Elizabeth's Charter, trading monopoly in India. This was ended in 1813, that you have written in the previous slide, and except for trade with tea and China. This was ended so that other European countries can conduct commerce with India. Naturally, these other companies, they exerted pressure in the parliament that you cannot give monopoly to East India Company. Thereby, right after the continental system, you can understand, the trading monopoly was ended. What will be the position of British East India Company? They faced more competition. So naturally, they intended to open up more market. They have to increase their market to maintain profit margin, right? Now other competitions are also coming. They have to open the market more. Where is that possibility of the market? In the Maratha Confederacy. That means they need to do commerce in these regions as well. They already have their presence in Bombay. They want to extend the commerce. Already they can do trade in Bengal. They want to do it Bombay. But the problem was with the Pindaris. Who are the Pindaris? They were known as the associate Maratha forces. They were not the part of Maratha standing army. They often accompanied the Maratha standing army, and their main job was to loot and plunder, and that was their source of income. They had to share a portion of their income to the state and keep the surplus as their income. Naturally, with the decline of the Marathas, there was no Maratha raids. That means the Pindaris were out of work. What will they do? They will increase their personal raids. Now for commerce, you need stable environment or you need more fights, disturbances. You need stability. Thereby the British decided to target the Pindaris. There should be no Pindaris. Naturally, Pindaris had a sentimental value. They were pride of the Marathas. By the way, do not understand these interpretations in the modern sense. In the conventional period, in different religion, different communities, looting was a part of income, valid income. Raids, plunder were part of culture. Today's world is different. Do not compare it with the two. Again, modern generation, especially with that I am handling right now, you can trigger, and definitely it can become conflicting in our interest. Past is past for a reason. They have no association with the present. Do not link these stories. So the British targeted the Pindaris. At this point, Vajirao too was also fed up. Vajirao too was also fed up of the British interference in every matter and chose to fight for one last time. They rallied behind the Pindaris and fought against the British. Write 2-3 lines. Write down. Peshwa Bajirao II Peshwa Bajirao II got frustrated with the constant interference of the British resident, full stop. When the British wanted to subjugate the Pindaris, it provoked the sentiments of the Marathas. Full stop. As a result, the Marathas rallied behind Bajirao II one last time. And the British were well prepared for it. Next point. The Third Anglo-Maratha War was the last and final battle. That proved decisive for the Marathas. Full stop. Subsequently, the Maratha Confederacy was dissolved. And the British gave a small territory of Satara, Satara, and restored Pratap Singh, comma, a descendant of Shivaji. That means from the Bhosle clan. A descendant of Shivaji. We have dealt with so far Mysore and the Marathas, and I'll give you a brief details about Sindh and Punjab. For Sindh and Punjab, please remember they are located in the northwest of India. And it is basically the catchment area of Indus and its tributaries. That is Indus, Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Vyas, and Satluj. Please write it down. Wasim, we have dealt with the Maratha wars, I suppose. We have dealt with the three wars. The third one, 1817 to 19. I'll be moving towards the next slide. We are basically about to learn the importance of Sindh and Punjab to the British. I'm moving the slide. The importance of Sindh and Punjab for the British Number one, please remember Sindh was known as the gateway of Islam when as early as 712 CE Islam came through the route of Sindh known as Bab el-Islam. First point is rich agrarian resources, that is fertile agrarian tracts. By the way, somebody written, Acha, Devaraj, acronym CJI and RBS. CJI and RBS. Yes, very good. You can remember the sequence. The first three are west flowing and the second three are east flowing. When you will be reading about international relations, that is your Indus Water Treaty of 1960 under the tutelage of World Bank. So, Beas, Ravi and Satluj, these are the three rivers whose water is exclusively used by India. Next is river navigation conducive for inland commerce. Finally, strategic location. Please remember India's northwest remained vulnerable to land-based foreign attacks. Naturally, the British wanted to create a buffer zone, buffer zone in the region. Please also remember, these foreign attacks mostly will be from France, at different points, of course, Russia and Afghans, or the British will imagine it to be so. Tanmay is writing, please change your name to your real. What happened? Wasim, it is Bab el Islam, not Bab ul Islam, as I know. Rahul is writing Persians. Unfortunately not. Mr. Rahul, British never imagined any threat from the Persians. Acha. Right, shall I move on? Vandana, you are asking how France attack on Sindh region. We have discussed this multiple times. You tell me today. Kumar Abhinav is writing, Ahmad Shah Abdali was a threat. Was he a threat? No. Or at least I do not know of. Ahmad Shah Abdali had nothing to do with the British. There was no interaction. But of course, Ahmad Shah Abdali was a threat to the Mughals, was a threat to Awadh, was a threat to Bengal. But I was a threat to the Marathas as well. But I do not know of any conflict between Ahmad Shah Abdali and the British. You have written, I'll be moving on to the next slide. Briefly, for the story of Sindh. Again, only the story is required, nothing else. Again, Avinav is asking Nadir Shah. No, not also Nadir Shah. Now you will give me a list of names. Nadir Shah is a Persian, right? I just said there is no threat. Now, for the story of Sindh, by 19th century, basically a community known as Talpuras Amirs. Amirs. That means political consolidation of Sindh under Talpuras Amirs. A particular name of a leader worth mentioning is Mir Fath. Their leader was Mir Fateh or Mir Fath. And the consolidation happened by 19th century. Mir Fath died basically in 1800. And the next successors were known as Char Yar, the brothers of Mir Fath. Again, all of you, I am hearing these kind of doubts from your side that most of you are scared about note making. Trust me, they are less important. I am not dictating. Wherever it will be important, I will dictate personally. You scribble, learn how to scribble. Acha, Zahid is saying Talpura Zamir settled around 18th century. 1780s, that is, acha, 19, did I say 19th century? 1 second. Acha, 18th century. What is happening to me? 18th century. Acha, I myself get 18th century basically means 1701 to 1800. So died in 1800, it should be 18th century. Thank you. Sir, please name of successor. I do not know the names. They were known popularly as the Char Yar. Char Yar, or the four friends. Next is also by beginning of 19th century. Beginning of 19th century. British started imagining Napoleonic threat from Northwest India. Napoleonic threat from Northwest India. Also, there was a France, or there was a friendship treaty between France and Russia that took place in 1807 that alarmed the British. If you look at the map of the world map, Sneha is asking, in 1630 who was the Mughal ruler? Why are you asking this? If I have to answer, Akbar's tenure will be ending in 1605. Jahangir 1627. It should be Shah Jahan. Again, unnecessarily, why are you worrying? Anyways, friendship treaty between France and Russia in 1807. You can understand the British will make arrangements. British will make arrangements with Sindh, also with Punjab. For Punjab, we'll deal with it later. They made a treaty, they signed a treaty with Sindh. Basically, if you understand the map, the world map, Russia will expand, want to have access in India's extreme northwest. All these territories, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, gradually Afghanistan, and they will be right in front of the gates of India. That will be the same for France. France will have some ambitions with India regard to India's northwest. Now, land-based attack, the British are not at par with the French. The association between French and Russia will be alarming the British. But Napoleonic threat ended by 1815. Basically, Napoleon was defeated in the battle, and after 1815 he no longer posed a challenge. Thereby, British once again felt secure. Naturally, in the 1830s, things once again start. For example, there was a treaty 1832 basically, a treaty between British and British and Sindh to facilitate commerce. It primarily focused on was demilitarization of river Sindh by late 1830s. British started imagining threat from the Afghans, and immediately what you will see is that Munathar has written something, Battle of Waterloo, yes, with Napoleon. There are a number of battles, but yes, Battle of Waterloo is one of the important one. Sir, was Sindh part of Afghanistan? No, not at all. British started imagining threat from Afghanistan. So here it will lead to the first Anglo-Afghan war. In between there will be a kind of subsidiary alliance. Subsidiary alliance between British, or subsidiary alliance signed by the Sindh. That means the Amirs. That will happen in 1839. Again, not important, unnecessary details. But it will not stop anything. There will be the first Anglo-Afghan war between 1839 to 1842. The British started assuming threat from India's northwest. Naturally, they had to protect their interest. So British fought the Anglo-Afghan war, where the Afghans won. And the British lost. Also, this war was a clear violation of the war was a clear violation of previously signed treaty between British and Sindh. I am referring to the Treaty of 32 between William Bentinck and the Sindh. That means, I should be moving upwards. Here, I am referring to this treaty basically. Here, from the side of British, there was William Bentinck. And from the side of Sindh, there were the Amirs. They talked about demilitarization of Sindh, but the entire battle, please remember how it was a breach. The war was fought on the soil of Sindh. The Amirs did not agree for it. Chakradhar, it is William Benting and the Amirs. You remember the Amirs, Talpura's Amirs, AMIRS. Sneha is now asking that is Sindh a part of Mughal Empire? I just said Sindh is an independent state. The war was fought on the soil of Sindh. Subsequently, what will happen is that British accused Sindh for their loss. British accused Sindh for their loss and also imposed war indemnity on Sindh, because they could not impose the war indemnity on the Afghans. Naturally, they imposed it on Sindh. Rukhsana is asking, sir, what has been shown in the movie Kesari? What is Kesari? Acha. What's that about? I have to watch the movie first. Imposed war indemnity. That means they had to compensate. They could not impose it on Afghanistan. Is it so? Kesari, Anglo-Afghan war? Not really. Battle of Saraighat. I know about this. Acha. No, it's a momentary heroic incident. Sir, what is war indemnity? It means war reparation. Now you'll ask, sir, what is war reparation? Muavza. What is another synonym for reparation? That means compensate for their losses. They have to recover their expenses. That is, he's much better teacher than my monetary compensation. Absolutely right. So again, and also the relentless insults to the Amirs were finally answered. The Amirs could not take it anymore. That means the British deliberately instigated the Amirs into war. The British deliberately instigated the Amirs into waging war. Naturally, also they wanted that. Understand, India's northwest was vulnerable because of the presence of the Afghans. Naturally, they wanted to have access over Sindh. The control over Sindh was the natural course, as the Afghan problem could not be sorted out. They wanted to have access over Sindh. and soon the Anglo-Sindh War broke out. The Anglo-Sindh War broke out in 1843, followed by annexation of Sindh. Please remember who was the Governor General? Lord Ellenborough, during the period of Lord Ellenborough. Here, the battle was waged. That means the British forces were led by Charles Napier. Charles Napier was the British who led the forces and assumed victory. He himself considered it to be, sir, what is waging war? You Google it up first and then you ask once again. I'll help you out. The Charles Napier was the British general and he himself considered it to be an act of indecency, rascality. And once Napier, acha, you're not ready for the joke then. We'll move on to Punjab. Acha, suppose a telegram was sent. This is something known as pun intended. Suppose Napier had sent a telegram to show that they have emerged victorious. What he did was telegram a Latin word, that is peccavi. Peccavi is a Latin word. It means I have sinned. Here sin means committing a crime. But what he intended to say is that I have sinned. That means he wanted to show that I have committed a crime, sin, but at the same time that he has sinned. Again, I do not know if you understood this. So it was argued by the act of aggression against sin was argued on these lines, that there was a husband who went to the market and got riled up in a quarrel. That means in the shop with the shopkeeper, had an argument and could not win. He came back to his home and beat up his wife. That was the entire incident with that of British. British had their pride, ego, that was hurt after getting defeated by the Afghans, and they had to regain their strength, their glory, by beating up Sindh, gain confidence. And Sindh was the scapegoat. Scapegoat means bali ka bakra. They had to pay the price for the loss of getting defeated by the Afghans, right? Anyways, so far no question has been asked, and I do not think so question will be asked. We'll learn about the annexation of Punjab. The story of Punjab. I'll give you certain details on these lines. For example, causes behind rise or political consolidation of Punjab. We'll jump forward to Anglo-Sikh Wars. Satish, you are saying what is the core interest of British? I just discussed in their slides the economic input. Sindh is a very fertile land, and Sindh was in the buffer zone. If anybody wanted to attack from northwest, they had to cross Sindh and Punjab. Also the riparian routes. Please understand, railways were not there back then. Locomotives started by mid 19th century, 1850s. It also took many years for the proper rolling out of railway tracks. Cargo was moving via land route. British could move by rivers. For example, they had excellent route in Bengal. If you have a cargo in Calcutta, you can reach as north as Banaras, thereby extend commerce, access the markets. These kind of benefit was also there in northwest, right? Nayan is asking, yes, you can say that. These are certain very important understandings. For example, Anjali, you are absolutely right. And there is a lot of interruption for me, more for me than for all of you as well. See, these kind of decorum, gradually you will learn. When started Anglo-Sikh War, I will discuss. For example, let me return back to the idea of buffer state. You will find the element of buffer state under the provisions of Treaty of Allahabad. Let's see if I can connect the dots and whether you understand. Pay complete attention in the class. It is rather very fortunate that I have more than 150 students. How many are left? Or how many quit? If all of you take the classes in its true spirit. Achha, I have 230. See, the entire idea is to stick to the process no matter how difficult you feel. It is about going through the process. Treaty of Allahabad was basically, the motive was to create a buffer state. That means Awadh to be created as a buffer state. How so? For example, or against the Maratha attacks, against the Maratha raids. Understand, if I use it, explain it with the map, Bengal became the center stage of all economic and political activities of British. The Marathas were already looting and plundering. Marathas also has reached the affairs of Delhi. To enter Bengal, they had to cross the region of Awadh. Thereby, the very purpose of Treaty of Allahabad was to create a buffer state in Awadh. Tanisha is saying, what is a buffer state? I have explained buffer state. Again, if I want to attack directly here, I cannot, that means a neutral area. If Awadh is attacked, immediately it will trigger the British who is there in Bengal. That next can definitely be Bengal. For example, during Second World War or the First World War, always remember Belgium was a buffer between Germany and Britain. So in this way you can remember what a buffer state is. Right? Again, for India's northwest, if I continue the story, India's northwest, here probably the Afghans or the French, if they want to attack, they created a buffer zone in the form of Punjab or in the form of Sindh. That means if these territories are attacked, these will act as the first line of defense and the British will be immediately alarmed. Understand, there was already a treaty with Bengal. Basically, in 1751, Bengal had an arrangement with the Marathas, probably written in your copy. But when the British took over Bengal, this treaty became null and void. Thereby now the British could have been attacked by the Marathas. The Marathas were still very strong as compared to the British. You can understand, right? In 1775 they had defeated the British. Thereby the British wanted to safeguard from the Marathas and created Awadh, their buffer state. Probably one idea that will help you connect. See, we were learning about the story of Punjab. The first component is that we'll arrange something, doubt clearing kind of a thing, maybe in one of these days, every 15 days, something like that. The rise of Punjab. Because I hope also you understand. (230 students), it is rather a bit difficult for me to communicate with all of you. Nonetheless, you deserve an audience. We'll try to manage it. Rise of Punjab. 1. Bhakti traditions contributed to political consolidation. I have, by the way, prepared a handout regarding all the autonomous and the independent states. I have added the factual information. I have taken the help of the book Shekhar Placid to Partition, as well as some topics from Spectrum. So that is all inclusive. Remember them mechanically. We will deal with some of these during your medieval India as well. I am trying my best to offer more time to ancient, medieval and art and culture. Let's see how it goes this time. Again, so far we have been involved in unnecessary topics. Bhakti traditions contributed to political consolidation, especially the role of Sikhism in political rise of Punjab. Next course of event. Sikh militarization. And also development of missiles. Missiles, please remember, it is an Arabic word which means equal or alike. Some important missiles can be Kanhaiya missile, Sukar Chakia missile, Ahluwalia missile, Bhangi missile, very powerful missiles. Here Sukar Chakia will play a dominant role which will lead to the next event. Acha, kindly write down. I'm giving some time. Right? Missile basically is a kind of a clan. It means equal. That means it is again not a horizontal kind of a model. It is more of a it is not a vertical model, it is more of a horizontal model. What is after Sukar Chakya? Ahluwalia. Sir, handouts when we'll get? Today maybe or tomorrow. And with repetition you will remember. Some student was facing difficulties. Gradually, one step at a time. I am also trying to give you less information from the initial days. You relax and you write down whatever I am writing. Have faith in the process. That is one thing you can only do. Do not panic. Do not think about the future. Nothing else. What is today? Do your duty. And that is it. Munathir is saying 16 missiles. Not at all. There were multiple missiles. Maybe 12 important ones. See, the third battle of Panipat. Gave the breathing space or offered breathing space for the rise of Punjab. See, Third Battle of Panipat, 1761, it eliminated the challenge of the Mughals. Primarily, you can assume the rise of Punjab was dominated by the Mughals. The Mughals had a lot of conflict with the Sikhs, and thereby the politically the Sikhs could not consolidate. Also, it is the credit of the Mughals as a resistance to the Mughals. The Sikhs militarized. There are a number of leaders, Banda Bahadur and all. Sir, can you please let know like what will be in the handouts? Generally comic strips, Chacha Chaudhary, Sabu, all these kind of stories will be there. Not about Punjab. Achha, next is fourth point. The leadership of Ranjit Singh, who was a member of Sukar Chakya missile. And also he will embark on, he had a dream of united Punjab. For this purpose, he made Lahore his political capital, and Amritsar became his spiritual capital. Right, these are the reasons behind the rise of Punjab. By the way, under notes you can write down. Acha, kindly write it down. Kindly tell me, let me know if you have written. Priya was asking Amritsar as what capital? Spiritual capital. It's a literary component that I have added. Again, I have taken this information from Placer to partition. It is said that the political head or capital is Lahore, but also because of the Golden Temple, there is the shrine, holy shrine. That means Amritsar will act as the spiritual capital. So that is why I have made you write it down, right? They will annex Jammu by 1805. Saina is asking difference between religion and civilism. All right. Sir, we can write side by side while you write, sir. I know. You have to teach it to the rest. Next is, write down as note. Ranjit Singh wanted to unify the Sikh empire. The Sikh empire, but faced challenges from the British, full stop. The British was already threatened. The British was already threatened with the French presence in India's northwest. And also were alarmed by the rising power or rising presence of Ranjit Singh. Full stop. To tackle both the menace, they forced Ranjit Singh to sign the Treaty of Amritsar in 1809. 1809. Full stop. The treaty basically intended to, next point, the treaty basically intended to limit the southward expansion of Ranjit Singh and Satluj was decided to be the southernmost boundary of the Sikh Empire. Full stop. This shattered the hopes of Ranjit Singh to create a unified Sikh Empire. Full stop. Next point. However, the British offered carte blanche north of Satluj. Carte blanche literally means no restrictions. That means the boundary of Punjab was decided to be Satluj. Whatever happens, they cannot come down of river Satluj. Thereby, Punjab started expanding northwards. For example, the territory of Jammu was already annexed. Kashmir will be also annexed by Ranjit Singh. It was a win-win situation. Zahid is saying Jalandhar Doab. Jalandhar Doab will come later. That is a strip between Vyas and Satluj. Jalandhar Doab was constituting a part of Sikh Empire, by the way. So again, when they will approach north, that means they will approach the further north, it will extend the buffer zone for the British. That means there will be more space between any power attacking and the British Empire in India. That was the entire goal of the British under Treaty of Amritsar. Please remember also by 1807 there was another treaty with Sindh. The 1807 there was the friendship treaty between France and Russia. Naturally, the British triggered or signed a treaty with Punjab as well as Sindh, the two parties that were there in India's northwest. we will move on towards Anglo-Sikh Wars. The Anglo-Sikh Wars, please remember the first Anglo-Sikh War, (1845, 46) and second Anglo-Sikh War, that is 1848, 49. Balwinder, you are asking what are the reasons for Ranjit Singh to sign the Treaty of Amritsar. He could have, again, the situations were not towards his benefit. He understood the challenges from the side of the British. I do not know, again, much details about it. Probably maybe this question is sentimental for you, not very important from the perspective of UPSC. Shall we move on? The first Anglo-Sikh War. Ranjit Singh nonetheless was a very powerful leader, but he did sign the treaty to his disadvantage. Let us understand the causes or the events. Number 1, death of Ranjit Singh led to political confusion. The death happened in 1839. Political confusion, that means lack of leadership, struggle for power among different missiles, and also contest for the throne. Next is British growing territorial interest in the region. And also desperate need to gain strategic advantage. And also they wanted to take advantage of the political confusion at Punjab. Political confusion at Punjab. Next is the British deliberately instigated the British deliberately instigated the Sikh army to wage a war. How so? Number one, British engagements or British military engagements. Military engagements in northwest India disturbed the Sikh forces. How to understand this? Number one, Anglo-Afghan wars, or the first Anglo-Afghan war of 1839 to 42. Then is annexation of Sindh. (1843). Kindly write it down. I have to change the slide. All of you, gradually you will get the hang of it. Very good. None left, I suppose. Again, I'm again repeating that. Some of you are good with your listening capabilities. Some of you have to see. So I do the both. What happens is that when you see, you slow down. It should not be the case, right? Try to train yourself. Next is the British stationed their troops across the border. And this will have an immediate result. The British stationed their troops across the border. What happens? People will get agitated, right? For example, if tomorrow our immediate neighborhood, any random country, if the neighboring country starts stationing their troop across the border, will it be a suspicious activity? Will India get concerned? It is highly likely, yes. So naturally, when the British, they did it as a deliberate attempt. They stationed their troops across the border, and that led to the Sikh forces could not take it anymore, and they crossed river Satluj. I hope you remember the treaty. Whatever happens, the Sikh forces were not permitted to come down river Satluj. They did so, and it triggered the first Anglo-Sikh war. British were very much prepared for the war, and they inflicted a heavy damage, and they defeated the same. That is the outcome, right? Also, there is no leadership. They are not having any guidance, nobody to guide them through. So this was nearly triggering for them. Beneath that, write down as note. Please write down as note. Syed is asking, did Sikhs not called for help from others? I honestly will not be knowing. I sometimes get scared that do you know any inside story? So often these stories are very difficult. I will not be knowing whether they called for help or not. Next point. Please write down under note. The idea of unity, the idea of nationhood that we understand today was not prevalent back then. Under note, the British expected an attack. The British expected an attack the British expected an attack from the Sikh forces and inflicted a heavy damage upon them. And inflicted a heavy damage upon them. Full stop. The first Anglo-Sikh War, was concluded by signing the Treaty of Lahore in 1846. Next point. Under the Treaty of Lahore, comma, the Sikhs had to pay a heavy war indemnity, a very heavy war indemnity which they failed to do so, which they failed in doing so. Full stop. As a result, Kashmir was sold to Gulab Singh. Very good, Zayed. Was sold to Gulab Singh of the Dogra dynasty. Full stop. Rashid is saying 75 lakhs. Next. Generally what we do is that we do not mention these amounts because you cannot assume what the actual rate is. A treaty, for example, today I was reading about an article about Truman Doctrine and subsequently the financial aid given by US to European countries after Second World War. It was 13 billion, but 13 billion today is 13 billion of 1945 or 1949 basically. Today it will be more than 100 billion. Again, 75 lakhs today is what amount? We have no clue. Exchange rate and all these things. Marshall Plan, absolutely correct. The Molotov Plan was for Russia and Marshall Plan was for US. Anyways, where Dogra dynasty rule, they will be ruling in Kashmir. Most hyped talk in Kashmiri streets. One of them. When my days in Kashmir, there was a lot of rumor that the document is never available. There is no instrument of accession and so on. Anyways, let's come back to our lecture. The Sikhs did not approve of the humiliating conditions, and they revolted. Full stop. British tried to make adjustments. By signing the Treaty of Bhairawal. This was also not an adjustment, just a compromise. The Sikhs will still be agitated because of it. Change the paragraph. Second Anglo-Sikh War. The Second Anglo-Sikh War of 1848-49. Write down the humiliating Treaty of Lahore. The humiliating Treaty of Lahore was unacceptable. To the Sikhs. That was the primary reason behind the Second Anglo-Sikh War. Next point. Also inhuman treatment was meted out, METED, was meted out to Rani Jindan. In bracket you can write down youngest wife of Ranjit Singh. Full stop. Bracket close. Continue writing. She was pensioned off to Banaras. She was pensioned off to Banaras, and basically the young king Dalip Singh was there. Not too much of details. Again, she was a regent. That means it was somebody also commented. Bapi has commented. Very good. Next point. The British resident. Next point. The British resident meddled in the administration of the Sikhs. Change the paragraph and please write down Dalhousie, 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 Dalhousie was an imperialist. Dalhousie was an imperialist interested in Dalhousie was an imperialist interested in Dalhousie was an imperialist interested in Punjab. Full stop. Soon a rebellion broke out. Soon a rebellion broke out Soon a rebellion broke out, followed by a war between British and the Sikhs. Full stop. The British finally, next point, the British finally annexed Punjab at the same time, acknowledged the martial capabilities of the Sikhs. Martial capabilities of the Sikhs. Right, Yaram, it is not doctrine of lapse. Doctrine of lapse is very different. We'll learn about it in due time, don't worry. By the way, remember, the Sikhs became a primary factor for the military ascendancy of British in India. Conventionally, the British thrived because of Bengal army. Bengal army had components from Awadh. Bengal army was one of the most strongest elements of British. Later on, the British would start to rely on the Rajput element, the Gurkha element, and most importantly, the Sikh elements. You can understand the annexation of Sindh will be completed by 1849, and within another 8 or 9 years, there will be the revolt of 1857. Here, the Sikhs were used to suppress the rebellion. It has nothing to do with nationalism or otherwise. Do not misinterpret. Idea of nationalism is very new. Even today, we are learning what is the idea of nationalism or what should be the idea of nationalism. It's a discussion you will learn with the passage of time. Right? So that is the end of Punjab. Now, British political expansion completes here. Nayan, if you have the question, once again, kindly post it online. That was the question last year or last to last year. That despite the military strength or superiority, the British often ended up defeating the Indian princely states. If you have the direct question, you can post it online. I would very much like to structure this in the class. If you have the question, I'll wait. If you don't, we'll move on to the next topics. Understand what are the questions, what are the key takeouts of the question. No more comments, please. I'm looking at the question. Why did the armies of the British East India Company mostly comprising of Indian soldiers? That means it is a comparative analysis. British East India Company here they are already saying mostly comprising of Indian soldiers. Next is more numerous and better equipped armies of the Indian rulers. Indian rulers, they are already providing the information that they are better equipped. And more numerous. Despite this fact, why did they always win? Is there any fallacy in the statement? There is one, interestingly. There is written Indian soldiers. They were not Indian soldiers. The best way to put it is that they were native soldiers. As the first adjustment of the thesis statement. Understand the idea of Indianness. The idea of Indianness or national unity was completely absent. On the other hand, the British had a clear understanding of their self-identity as outsiders. We can begin with that. Next is, kindly take some time to write it down. Do also communicate in this way. Tell me if you have written or not. I have to move on to the next ideas. You have written? Very good. One moment, please. Done. All right. Next component. Strict military discipline under company. And what I mean here is that they were dedicated soldiers who had proper training and organization. That means they had components like proper training, much efficient chain of command, / organization. Here, under the princely states, remember they were mostly peasant militia. Peasant militia. That means they were agriculturalists by profession, and during their spare time or upon the call of the state they acted as military. That means these advantages were rather absent. Also, they faced financial crisis, forced recruitments, and delayed salary. On the other hand, one component Bipan Chandra rightfully argues that East India Company were excellent paymasters. That means their timely payments made the soldiers much more loyal. Sachin is writing Indian military based on caste. I cannot write that, unfortunately. East India Company also maintained the caste. After probably 1850s onwards, they blurred the caste lines. But the caste, the kind of order that was also encouraged by the East India Company. I will not be writing that. But nonetheless, it is true for both the sides. Later on, East India Company will stop doing so. Also, East India Company was much competent in diplomacy, / other tools that could ensure victory. Such tools, for example, defensive and offensive alliances. Next is subsidiary alliance. Creation of buffer states. Right. Next is military alliances. Corruption and bribery. In much of the cases, it was absent for the Indian princely states. Right. Other important components can be, suppose some students are making very helpful contributions. For example, good leadership. In some cases, I will accept this. Some say that they were companies, so they knew better management, all right. In some sense, managements were better. Right. So in answer writing, can we make a comparison between them? You should. That will make better understanding, clarity in understanding. Right. Sania is writing modern equipment. You can write this point down, but again, if you talk about the warfare, both had no particular advantage enjoyed by East India Company. Both muskets, matchlock rifles, accessed by Indian princes as well as the British. I will not say that modern weapons were accessed. You are thinking on modern lines. The post-industrial revolution weapons that were accessible by the British were significantly better than the Indian princely states. But as we are having the lecture at early 18th century, this is not applicable. Try to understand the point. Right. Balwinder is writing maritime superiority. Very good. I will acknowledge this. Better supply chains. They preferred commerce. And that means financial mobilization was primary. This is that. This is it. Nothing else is required. You have given enough points. Wonderful. Monathir is writing, taking advantage of internal conflicts. I will also accept this in your answer. See, by yourself, your effort, you have answered this question. This is the power group effort that you have shown. You have shown it for the first time. Zahid is asking, it is argued that British policy should be summed up as trade with informal control, if possible. One moment. It is argued that British policy should be summed up as trade with informal control if possible. All right. Trade with rule when necessary. Critical examination. This is the question for your optional. This has very much linkage with, there is another type of question that is asked that kindly post it, Zahid, for the rest of it to see. And please halt for with the commenting. I am not able to look into it. For example, the British political expansion in India was argued that was done in a fit of absent-mindedness. There's a lot of comments, my goodness. Please halt it for a while. Rest of you look at the comment of Mr. Zahid. It is a bit on the difficult side, but yes, UPSC in your GS paper can ask such a question. The question is saying it is argued that the British policy should be summed up as a trade with informal control if possible and trade with rule when necessary. That means here the key highlight is commerce. Their prime priority was always commerce. This is a major observation. Their intention and purpose was to carry out commerce unhindered. When they found resistance, that is mostly political resistance, in their free trade, free flow of trade, they interfered militarily. But also, Mr. Zahid, there should be a critical examination. In the initial phase, the statement is to be accepted as truth. But later on, of course, there were some of the European administrators who had a clear understanding about their goal of political achievements or conquering of India. I cannot say, or we cannot say it was in a complete fit of absent-mindedness. That means British political expansion happened just as it was. That means there was no deliberate attempt. There was also so. They soon realized that, see, alongside commerce, they had started ensuring fixed income. You can understand they found out colonization and imperialism was also a fixed tool to ensure more and more profit. That means political rule over India that will ensure economic benefits, that will only facilitate further commerce. For example, as British promoted with their industrial revolution, they found a definite market, assured market in India. They could take away the raw materials at a cheaper price because of their political influence. This is also to be taken into consideration. Zahid, you can write the answer there. There are multiple components. Acknowledge them and write the answer. For the rest of you, if you have any doubt, you can tell me. Probably the young audience, they are not ready for this question today. Again, it is said, it is argued that British policy should be summed up as, acha. Read this question and you can attempt if you want to. Again, Saeed, it's a bit more. You cannot always see the world from the perspective of realism. That is, everybody thinking, having a ulterior motive. Maybe some has the ulterior motive, but it cannot be the general perspective. Malik Muskan, show the previous 2 slides. It will lead to confusion. I have to recommend you go with recorded classes. We'll move on to the next slide or next topic. Basically, I wish to teach you, Kumar, this is the last comment, please. We have to put an end. Sir, when we emphasize on the internal conflicts, are we not accepting India as a political unit? Which one is not? India is not a political unit, Avinav. India will become a political unit, to be very true, after independence. Even then, India at different points showed that it was not acting as a political unit. How many questions are asked in means? Sneha asks how to conclude an answer. We will learn gradually how to conclude an answer. Our next topic is you go back to the first page when we started taking the lectures. We have started with the components of 18th century. We have learnt about the Mughals, decline of the Mughals. We have learnt about the independent states, the autonomous states, and there was a chapter that is regarding the Anglo-French wars, known as the Carnatic Wars. Now, to learn the Carnatic Wars, we have to go back in time. I will discuss one chapter, that is Advent of Europeans. Please remember, Advent of Europeans, it's not a matter of modern India. It is happening in medieval India. But I cannot teach Carnatic Wars without teaching the Advent of Europeans. That is why our next chapter is Advent of the Europeans. Please remember, regarding the Advent of Europeans, I have to talk about the European powers, especially the Portuguese, the Dutch, the English, Danes, and the French. This is precisely designed for your prelims. That means what are our key focus areas? Number one, important governors, if any, of course. This is going to be true for Portuguese, this is going to be true for English, this is going to be true for French. Rest of them, the governors are not going to be important. There can be important battles. Important forts. Important forts or factories. Important forts or factories. Also ports. Any political / administrative / economic / social developments, social contribution / development. These charts, once again, gradually you will start figuring it out. These are the charts which you have to monitor if you are preparing on your own. So far, no question has gone beyond this list. This is the paper setter's mindset. Sneha, what about the territory of Diu and who gave this to British? With time you will learn. Do not jump forward. You're talking about probably the Battle of Diu. No question will be beyond this. Gradually also you will be comfortable with the language. What is written after English? Danes, Danish people, Denmark, DANES. Kindly write this list down. We will be proceeding to our note making basically. Dipesh Upadhyay, important battles will definitely be leading to the treaties. Isn't it so? The first is, see, in UPSC, the questions for your prelims, they are often factual. Their questions can be map based, cartographic, and also analytical. That is based on observation, opinions, causalities. You have to be prepared for them. The first topic that we can discuss is why did the Europeans find an alternate trade route to India? Or alternate trade route, that is maritime route. That means the causes or the platform behind the advent of Europeans. Causes or the platform behind the advent of the Europeans. Certain realities, certain background platform I would want you to understand. Number one is India or the Indian subcontinent was a part of the known world. It was not undiscovered. For example, unknown world will be Australia, New Zealand, Americas, not India. Already there was a well-established trade contact, well-established littoral or land-based trade route. When we talk about advent of Europeans and discovering of India, it is basically the maritime trade route, the via sea route. Your comments are very weird. Vasco da Gama, Risam line, what? When the class was ended, all right? Now, with this in mind, let us understand the causes behind the platform. Also, please remember, it was the Portuguese who discovered the trade route to India. Basically, it was the Bartholomew Diaz. In 1487, if I remember it right, reached the Cape of Good Hope. Followed by Vasco da Gama. who in 1498 reached Calicut or Kozhikode today in the Malabar coast. Vasco da Gama, Bartholomew Diaz. Shubham is saying Arabs dominated the land route. To an extent, you are right. There are certain communities, merchant communities in India as well as the Arabs. They ensured their monopoly. But they ensured their monopoly. Some trades were carried out by the Arabs. They controlled the Arabian Sea mostly. Also the east coast of Africa and also the west coast of India. There are certain Indian communities who participated in the trade, certain Jain communities and the Marwadis. The other communities worth mentioning are the Vohras and the Siddhis. UPSC also interested in these communities, the name of the communities. For example, the Banjaras. They asked a question, what were the primary economic activity of the Banjaras? It is trade and commerce. On similar line, there is Vohras and the Siddhis. If you give me permission, I can write it on the board. Miss Anjali. Vohras and the Siddhi communities. Please remember them. Done. We'll jump forward to the causes and the platforms. This story started with Ottomans defeated the East Roman Empire. In 1453, that means it declared the end of the Byzantine Empire and gained control over Constantinople. The present name of Constantinople is Istanbul. Please remember, it was a littoral choke point. That means a choke point that connected Asia and Europe. That means occupancy of Constantinople ensured trade monopoly to the Ottomans. Next point. Naturally, commerce was the primary requirement. That means Europe was heavily dependent on finished goods plus spices from Asia. Example of finished goods: cotton, textile, silk textile, and porcelain, utensils. Porcelain utensils are useful for keeping warm liquids for a prolonged period of time. They desperately needed the porcelain goods. Especially Chinese were monopolizing the porcelain industry. And spices, that is also worth considering. For example, even in the ancient India, pepper, Sanskrit name was Yavana Priya. Yavana meant the Greeks, or the likings of the Yavanas. What is the requirement of spice? Europe thrived only because of spices of India or spices of Asia. Because spices like pepper can only grow in the geoclimatic condition of Kerala, Malabar coast. If you see the pepper tree, it is a kind of a creeper. Grows in the specific regions of Malabar coast. Also, spices like nutmeg, only one specific island of Indonesia. That means if you see the terms, suppose spices like turmeric, ginger, their names, their Greek names are Tamil in origin. That means the spices traveled from India to the foreign land, not the other way around. This is something known as the philological trail. From the language we can connect what is the origin point. I hope you understood it. Again, how to understand the requirement of spice? Please understand, Mediterranean climate is marked by prolonged and harsh winter and short and moderate summer. Summer season where the green vegetables grow, and also they kind of grasslands they grow. These grasses are the primary fodder material for the cattles, food for the cattles. They consume that and fatten up. Before the winter they are slaughtered and the meat is preserved. Nature is the natural refrigerator. Because of the cold climate, the meat can be preserved and they have to consume it for survival purposes. Now, the best preservative is spices. Spices increase the shelf value of the food. Also for cooking purposes, stale meat, if cooked with the right blend of spices, it is consumable. Thereby the European market heavily dependent on the Indian spices. This is the requirement. As the Ottomans imposed heavy duties, they had to find another route for themselves. That pushed forward towards discovery of maritime trade route to India. Let us look into the other causes. It can be classified into 3 G's. 1, God. That means God, that is propagation of Christianity. Gold, driven by mercantilism and glory. That is the discovery and conquer of new territory. Each country took pride in their discovery, known as God, gold, and glory. What do you mean by Cape of Good Hope? At the southern tip of Africa, you will find the location Cape of Good Hope. It was named, it is basically cape, that means the edgy portion of any continent. You will find it in India, it will find it in Africa. They resist erosion there because of oceanic activities, they are not washed away. That is the Cape of Good Hope, because he found hope, fresh hope. Basically Bartholomew Diaz found that, and later Vasco da Gama, people speaking Indian dialects, also Arabic people are there. He was suspicious that India must be near. That is why the nomenclature Cape of Good Hope. They found fresh hope, right? Where is Istanbul? It is in Turkey. Vanshika, I will discuss mercantilism. Sneha, driven by mercantilism. It's an economic idea. Let me explain. Ayush is writing, mercantilism means buying good at less cost, selling at high cost. No, it does not. Simran, propagation of mercantilism. See, it is a new economic idea. Especially that dominated medieval and early modern world, early modern European world, European economy. Let me write economy. What is mercantilism? It means, or it is driven by accumulation of bullion. Bullion means basically gold or metal, gold or precious metal. That means here the face value will be equal to the intrinsic value. It means for today, you believe in today token currency? Try to understand. What is token currency? Face value is much higher than the intrinsic value. I hope you understand that. Suppose a 2000 rupee note. The 2000 rupee note has a higher value. It is made out of paper. The cost of operations, it is probably less than 10 rupees, but the face value is higher. Conventionally, it was gold coin or silver coin. Suppose 5 grams of gold coin or 10 grams of gold coin. It will have the value of the amount written on the top. That means that is the face value is equal to intrinsic value. That is the example of a bullion. Now let us come. Too much of comments. Akansha, Lot of distractions. See, you focus on the lecture, all of you. I will confuse, you will only, discuss what you know. Somebody is saying debasement. Why are you saying debasement, Nayan? Again, the world was driven by bullion because modern idea of capitalism was absent. Gold had value in it, thereby they wanted to accumulate gold. How to accumulate gold? That is promotion of export and stopping of import. You have to sell more and stop the process of buying. This is the idea of accumulation of gold. Now here one of the gentlemen, probably Ayush, I do not remember, indirectly is right. If you purchase the good at a lesser price and sell it at a higher price, that means increase the profit margin. That is leading to accumulation of gold. So I will encourage you here. If you constantly, message, you will not be understanding these concepts. For the young minds, probably it is going to be difficult. Anybody having any counter questions, as additional questions? Now you communicate. Now, previously it was a feudal, consumption-driven economy, or a ancient or feudal economy, medieval economy. It is consumption-driven. That means village-based. Whatever is produced in the village will be consumed in the village, and nothing will go out of the economy. But right after the maritime trades that is happening, they will see that massive profit margins will happen. They, with commerce, see the exchange rate. 1 kilogram of pepper will be sold for 1 kilogram of gold dust. That is precisely, that means 1 kilogram of gold. That is the exchange rate. Again, the cargo of Vasco da Gama, when it reached back, it had 800% more than that profit. Nobody knew this amount of profit can happen. Economy did not know any better. For agriculture, if you have invested 100 rupees, barely it will generate a profit of 110 or 105 or maybe 95. For this reason, the accumulation of gold, that there was a mad rush of people started investing. Right? The next idea, these are certain conceptual clarities, new idea of economics, that is mercantilism. That is a new idea of, next is new idea of industries or companies. One is joint stock company. And limited company. Right? See, what is a joint stock company? Conventionally, what was happening is that one company was owned by one individual, be it a king or a large personality. So if a company is owned by an individual, the risk factor will be very high. Again, also sea voyages were a very difficult process. There were a lot of chances of capsizing. Capsizing means the boat sinking. That means a lot of financial loss, and because of that, individual risk factor was very high. That means nobody wanted to venture. Joint stock company basically divided into several portions. The entire company was divided into multiple units. That means conventionally one person was taking the risk of 100 rupees. Here every person probably started taking the risk of 10 rupees. That means what? More people started investing. That means pooling of money and risk factor is ending. Conventionally, one individual could start a venture for 100 rupees. Now a person having 20 rupees can invest. Understand, if more number of maritime campaigns are carried out, there is more success. Try to understand, if you send only one ship, the success rate will be less, or discovery of a land is uncertain. If you said hundreds of ships, the chances of success is much higher in that ratio. Once the trade route will be discovered, that means more profit can be brought in. Also, you have to remember here the individual role. Individual role played by Henry the Navigator, Portuguese monarch. He played a role by sending a number of ships for the purpose of discovery of new land. Also, those are purely economic in nature. Yes, soon you will realize that a number of events in the world, they are economic in nature. Apparently, we see different angles, what is visible. Underlying causes are, a lot of them are mostly economic. By the way, what is a limited company? Limited company is also a tool to bring down the risk factor. Conventionally, if a bank was to offer loan, collateral, suppose you are buying a house or a car or a bike, who is going to take the risk? You yourself. That means the bank will offer loan against a collateral or a mortgage, girvi rakhna. Again, if you want to start a large company, you do not have that amount of collateral. Also, if the company fails, the bank will come and take away your personal asset. What is the solution? Limited company. You will enlist the company and segregate it from your personal assets. That means what? If the company fails, bank cannot touch your personal asset. That is the case for Vijay Mallya. Now, for the case of limited company, is it promoting business or undermining business? Promoting business. You understand, if the bank cannot touch your... What is going on? The bank cannot touch your personal asset. You will take your risk taking capability will be much higher. That means you will invest. That is the idea of a limited company. Please remember these two terms. If you did not understand, you can go through the lecture, recorded once, or you can find out more about in the Google. Then is the scientific discovery. The scientific discovery can be astrolabe, right? Contributions in, that is basically the period of Renaissance. Period of Renaissance. Astrolabe is used for finding directions. Contribution, astrolabe. Contribution in astronomy. They found out about the North Star for the maintenance of direction in night time as well. Also magnetic compass. A number of developments were there. That contributed to looking at directions and maintaining it for the same. Also, Magellan traveled the earth and proved it was round. They broke the geocentric model and promoted the heliocentric model. Earth was round and it is revolving around the sun. Conventionally, the ecclesiastical ideal, biblical philosophy, said that it was more like a plate. If you go to the edge, you will fall down. These rumors were contradicted and argued against. Also, the primary problem for sea voyages, remember, it was always fresh water. In sea, it is surrounded by water, but you cannot drink it. You consume salted water, you will die of dehydration. Simply, salt water is not consumable. You cannot, reverse osmosis could not have been done. Naturally, the idea was to have the availability of fresh water. Again, polythene was not invented. You have to carry the water in leather pouches or wooden barrels. Now, if you want to carry water in wooden barrel, it has a very limited shelf life for about 2 weeks or more. Beyond that, you consume that, you die of dysentery, diarrhea. So again, the fresh water was the major challenge. So thereby, they decided also there was the problem of the sailors bleeding their gums out and dying. Their teeth would fall out soon during the sea voyage and they will bleed to death. These were the two challenges. Later on, there was the scientific discovery that led to the finding out of absence of vitamin C, that is ascorbic acid. Some students commented scurvy. Very good. We get scared in using. Again, it is scurvy. It's a disease that happens with the absence of vitamin C. If you heat it up, the quality of vitamin C goes away. In fresh fruits and citrus fruits, it is available. Again, also for water, to stop the contamination, they started adding rum that has spirit in it, ethyl alcohol C2H5OH, that has the disinfectant properties, along with ascorbic acid, that is vitamin C. The shelf value of water became longer and the people started surviving for a longer period. These are the scientific discoveries that actually led to discovery of India. Even then, you can remember, they reached the Cape of Good Hope, southern tip of Africa. India was yet to be annexed or discovered. They found local people speaking, they found Arabic ethnic elements, and they soon figured out something was wrong. Again, they tortured brutally many Gujarati merchants. One of them was Abdul Majid, and they gave the route to India. So in this way, India was discovered. Right? You write down. From today, you'll write down. Let us make some notes. We'll learn about the Portuguese in India. Please write down Portuguese in India. Basically, we will be knowing about important Portuguese governors. Vitesh, it seems that you know yourself. You are testing whether I know. Unfortunately, I don't. Write down, the Portuguese were ये सब का नाम मुझे लिखवा देना. The Portuguese were the first to arrive at India. Discipline है? Discipline वगैरह कुछ है? कोई नहीं. The Portuguese were the first one to arrive at India. ठीक है. Vasco da Gama and his fleet were the first to reach Calicut. Ruled by Zamorin, the local ruler Zamorin. Next point. He also revisited, that means for the first time in 1498, he also revisited in 1502. He also revisited in 1502 and established factories or factory at Kannur, that is Cannanore. This basically went to the hands of the Dutch later. Kannur and Kochi. Kannur and Kochi. Next point. The first Portuguese governor was Almeida or Almeida. Who ruled between 1505 and 1509. He initiated the Cartaz system. He initiated the Cartaz system, also known as the Blue Water Policy. Cartaz system, also known as the Blue Water Policy. It was a policy introduced by the Portuguese. To ensure trading monopoly over certain commodities. Trading monopolies over certain commodities, especially paper. Full stop. The Portuguese basically wanted to increase their profit margin increase their profit margin by enforcing such trade monopoly. Next point. The Kartas system proved a failure. The Kartas system proved a failure as it was next to impossible to monitor the commercial activities throughout the Indian coastlines. Full stop. Most of the Arab and Indian merchants refused to abide by the blue water policy. Full stop. In time, comma, the Portuguese frustration led to hostile incidences in the Indian Ocean, especially piracy and slave trade. Next point. Change the paragraph, please. Almaid was also known for the construction of the fort of Angediva. The fort of Angediva. Basically, it is Karnataka. Fort of Angediva and Fort Saint Angelo and Fort Saint Angelo. That is near in the Malabar coast, Kannur, Kerala. Next point, also during his tenure, the historic Battle of Diu was fought in 1508. Battle of Diu was fought in 1508. At Chaul and Dabhol. Both are in Maharashtra. They were important Bahmani ports, Chaul and Dabhol. It was also asked in your UPSC Prelims. Chaul and Dabhol. Full stop. The military supremacy of the Portuguese. The military supremacy of the Portuguese were established after the battle. The military supremacy of the British were established after the battle. Basically, the Sultan of Gujarat and also the Egyptian fleet, they were jointly defeated by the Portuguese. That is the importance of the Battle of Diu. The port locations of Chaul and Dabhol was also asked in your prelims. Please remember that. Almohad is followed by Albuquerque, Alfonso de Albuquerque. Albuquerque is 1509 to 1515. Albuquerque is known to be the true founder, of Portuguese power in India. Next point. In 1510, Goa was annexed by the Portuguese. Goa was annexed by the Portuguese by defeating the Adil Shahi Sultan of Bijapur. By defeating the Adil Shahi Sultan of Bijapur. Adil Shahi Sultan of Bijapur. Please remember, by his time, Cochin was the headquarter of the Portuguese Empire. Later on, it will be shifted to Goa. Goa was one of the earliest occupied by the European power, and the Portuguese were the last to leave. First to come and last to. Please remember, Albuquerque, the tenure of Albuquerque is even before the Mughals. It is basically contemporary to the Lodhis, Sikandar Lodhis and all. Portuguese will stay at Goa starting from 1510 and leave by 1960s. The last one to leave. Longest period of colonization is for the case of Portuguese. Somewhere you can write down the headquarter of the Portuguese used to be Cochin. Later on during Nino the Kanha, it will be shifted to Goa. Next point, write down, in his territory, Sati was abolished. Sati was abolished. This is also one of the earliest attempts by a European to end the social menace of sati. Please remember, in 1829, William Bentinck will be the one to abolish sati under the Regulation Act of 17 in the year 1829. Before that, during the medieval period, during Akbar, sati was abolished. It was one of the earliest incidents where sati was abolished in India. Put the heading, the next last governor, will not be dealing with governors anymore. Nino the Kanha. Nino the Kanha. Cunha. 1529 to 1538. The capital was shifted. The capital was shifted from Cochin to Goa. And also the island of Basin was secured. Island of Basin was secured. Later on it will be given to the Marathas. Maratha will annex this territory in 1739. Put the heading, contributions of Portuguese in India. Contribution of Portuguese in India. First point, the Portuguese were the first European power. The Portuguese were the first European power to come to India. Via the maritime trade route. Full stop. This paved the way for colonization of Asia in general, and India in particular. Next point. The Portuguese influence is visible. In art, that is painting, architecture, metallurgy, etc. Art, painting, architecture, etc. They were the first one to introduce press in India in 1556. Press in India, 1556. Next point. Propagation of Christianity remained one of their key achievements. Please remember, the Portuguese were the Catholics. When they came to India, they were the fresh influx of Christianity. Please remember, were they the first one to come to India? Were they the first Christians to come to India? No. Earliest Christianity in India reached by 1st century or the early centuries of Christian era. That means when the Christ was alive or directly after, in the aftermath period, Christianity had arrived. Also while Prophet Muhammad was alive, also Islam was in its nascent beginning. It reached India. And they reached India through the trade route, through the route of commerce. Saint Thomas being the earliest preacher that have come to India. And it is known as the earliest Christian communities who have come to India were the Syrian Christians. Please remember it from the perspective of your prelims. However, the Portuguese Christians slaughtered the Syrian Christians. So these kind of things were also a reality of the day. Right? So, but these are by and large the contributions. Next point, you can add this point. The Portuguese also introduced a number of crops to the Indian subcontinent, such as potato, tomato, pineapple, tobacco, etc. It needs a bit of conceptual clarity. I will explain that. You need to identify which crops are indigenous and which crops are foreign in nature. For example, if I give you a list, if you talk about rice, is it foreign or local? It is local. I'll write L. Or Indian. If I write tea, it is foreign or local? It is rather Indian. Debatable, of course. India's northeast, a number of portions are connected to the Tibet. Coffee. Interestingly, coffee is foreign, but not brought by the Europeans. Earliest coffee seeds, coffee is indigenous to the Arabia, northern horns of Africa, all these region and Arabia. They were brought in the medieval period by Baba Budan. They hid the seeds in his beard. Anjali, tea, I just explained. You are repeating the same thing. Again, wheat, Indian, millet, jowar, bajra, ragi, all these crops, all Indian. Maize, Indian or foreign? It is foreign. By the way, introduced during the Portuguese. Acha, Sneha is writing, mentioned in NCERT. What is mentioned in NCERTs, beta? Again, rubber, indigenous or foreign, Saeed? Rubber is foreign, not indigenous. Acha, maize is definitely foreign. Very good. Excellent. Tomato. What is the origin of tomato? Do not think about the festival in the movies, La Tomatina. Tomato is foreign and Latin America, not Europe. Chocolate, again foreign. Chili, foreign, absolutely correct. Cashew, foreign, very good. Cashew was also introduced by the Portuguese. Cashew, foreign. The list is enough. Do not overdo. Pineapple, one of the most. Almonds, I do not know. Almonds. What you know is Khobani, another format. Within that, they have similar type of seeds that is indigenous in the Leh Ladakh region. I cannot recollect about almonds. Groundnut, again foreign, not indigenous. Unfortunately, I do not know. Sugarcane is Indian. Almond has to be foreign if I remember it right. I will not tell if I do not know. Potato is definitely foreign. Zahid is asking a question. Portuguese defeat of 1531 by a combined fleet of Bahadur Shah of Gujarat and Turkish was a turning point in the establishment of Portuguese. What is exactly the question? Is Portuguese defeat of 1531 was a turning point of the establishment of the Portuguese? To an extent, it can be. The Portuguese, I have to see in what, if you are asking from your optional context, give me more insight. Where did you find this question? Give me more insight. For GS, it is not required. You have history as an optional. Give me some more details. I'll talk about it. I do not know every fruit where they originated. Somebody asking lychees. Anyways, we'll wrap this up. There is no discussion. We'll not continue it further. Maybe there is site. Did you find it in any paper, Zahid? If you have found it, I can find it out. Right now, I have little clue. I cannot recollect anything. Acha, the wonder that was India. The one of A.L. Basham or the subsequent volume, second volume? I'll talk to you. Acha, Essay Rizvi, I understood. Second volume, yes. Anyways, we'll move on to the next topic. Please write down. Why Portuguese so powerful? See, it seems to be a valid question, Balwinder. Your questions are also worth answering. Please understand, the Portuguese were, we do not know whether powerful or not, but their maritime supremacy was acknowledged by every other forces. Even the Mughals preferred carrying out the maritime trade using the Portuguese. Please understand, also there was no idea of nationalism, that profit has to be retained. It was done by the Arab merchants. The Portuguese had taken over the trade, there is no doubt. Even with some points that the Mughals did not accept, they carried out with their trade and commerce. In this way, it can be understood. Again, there will be some conflicts with the Marathas, but all the people, the inland people, they will find a trader who will bring in more profit. Naturally, Portuguese found their purpose in India. It does not mean that whether they are powerful or not. Maritime supremacy and their contact with the European world. Indians did not prefer touching the Kala Pani, fearing losing their religion. So conventionally, the Muslim communities were carried out their trade. It is also worth mentioning that Zamorin was a ruler who preferred Muslims over Hindus. He had recommended that every family, one person should be raised as a Muslim so that they can carry out the trade and commerce. There are multiple dimensions. Portuguese will become frustrated, that is also true. They will want to ensure the contact throughout the coastlines, that nobody can do trade. If you want to do trade, you have to give us cut, commission. Gujarati and the Arab merchants refused to do so. They did not feel like doing it. So the Portuguese got frustrated. They started targeting random commercial ships, vessels, and did a random search. Often, if they found these prohibited goods, they will slaughter the sailors or take them as slaves. Or what they did was they capsized their boat and looted and plundered. This led to dispopularity or unpopularity of the Portuguese in India. This will be right. Write down. We'll deal with causes behind the decline of Portuguese in India. A brief paragraph. Let us deal with it. Causes behind the decline of Portuguese in India. First point. See what Zahid had commented regarding some important battles. That will also be one of the reasons for the decline of the Portuguese. Portuguese will be involved in political ambitions, will be involved in propagation of Christianity, thereby neglecting trade and commerce. This is our first point. Write down. The Portuguese got involved in local politics and territorial ambitions Acha, Zahid is saying Zamuddin was also known as Samuri, the king of sea. Acha, I do not know this or remember this. They were interested in political ambitions and territorial occupancy. For example, the Portuguese were defeated by the Marathas. The Portuguese were defeated by the Marathas in 1739. In 1739, and regions such as Salsette and Basin were taken away. Regions such as Salsette and Basin were taken away. Next point. By the beginning of 17th century, that means 1 century after, 1739, Anjali. Next point. With the beginning of 17th century, other European powers also entered the market, thereby increasing the competition. Full stop. Next point. With more competition and failure of the Cartaz system, only led to further frustration. Full stop. The Portuguese finally started sea piracy and slave trade. Inviting the wrath, W-R-A-T-H, inviting the wrath of even the Mughals, That means in a place called Hooghly, that is called Bengal. They were involved in slavery. They were taking away the favorite slaves of Mumtaz Mahal, thereby losing also the confidence of the Mughals. There was a brief war with the Mughals. Next point. The Portuguese religious propagation was also seen with suspicion. And became a leading factor for their decline. Last point, finally, the discovery of Brazil. By the Portuguese led to the neglect of their settlements in India. That's it. That is the topic for your Portuguese, right? Sir, Portuguese attack of 1500 on Calicut by Pedro Alvarez Cabral. Worth remembering with GS or optional perspective? I do not think so. Was there any question? Sneha, unity of Spain in war. They are too foreign in origin. We will not be dealing with it. Too much of micro details. I do not remember any previous year's question papers, even in your optional. Definitely not for GS. Even for optional, I do not recollect any such incidents. So anyways, we'll wrap up today's session. In our next class, we'll be dealing with the rest of the Europeans and we'll be pushing towards the Carnatic War. We'll be pushing towards the one moment. Nayan, for Blue Water Policy, commenting in the aftermath of the Battle of Diu, Almeida reported to King Manuel, as long as you may be powerful at sea, you will hold India as yours. And if you do not possess this power, little will avail you a fortress on the shore. Brilliant. Meaning of sea piracy, that means they will loot and plunder any ship floating unprotected, unguarded. Google up piracy. In today's time, Somalia creates disturbance in the Arabian Sea. Right? Aryaman, you want to continue the session? Unfortunately, you have to wrap up. Please try and Google some of the terms. All right. So for today, we wrap up. I am a beginner, Chakradhar, and I am unable to understand. It is all right. For some terms, so what can I do? Please help me. Do one thing, Chakradhar. You Google up these terms as Tanmay has also directed. Read the new NCRTs. Follow up with the notes repetitively. When we were preparing, we were from small towners to big cities. There are also nobody to answer any doubts. We empowered ourselves. That is the entire idea. Please remember that.